can't rest my neck on the pillow comfortably, so I have to put the hood on, or I have to lean forward like this, which does not feel good on my neck. So I would actually take it off, but like it would kind of be just like this anyways, which looks really suspicious. So I'm gonna just do this instead. But yeah, more focused, tunnel vision, right? So we have the hoodie +5, yeah. How you manage to not get spoiled. So I have a second YouTube account, but the algorithm for my main one doesn't recommend a lot of game stuff, so I haven't seen many thumbnails or pictures of anything yet. People in chat give me names of things, so I know names, or at least I did know names before I heard the names in the game, but I didn't have a description. There was a dude named Elden Beast yesterday that said the last boss is called Elden Beast. Even if it is, I really don't care. That doesn't really tell me much anyways, so... basically just not watching other people's streams that I know are ahead of me in the game. And again, just not having accounts that have algorithms that recommend content that'll have thumbnail spoilers. That's pretty much the only way to not get spoiled on it.
Let strength be granted so the world
So wait, yesterday we were trying to
mended.
get an item up here before we left this area.
So the world might be mended.
New weapon? Yeah, I got this really cool weapon. I got a lot of cool weapons actually.
Heart.
This is definitely going to be the PvP character.
Heart.
So we got Blasphemous Blade +6. It does lifesteal, so every time you hit an enemy, I think at a certain point it actually takes the health back from the enemy. Does this, which is really cool. It sends like a giant beam of fire. And then another weapon I really need to try before we're done the game is this one. I was talking about that yesterday too, at the beginning of the stream. The Prelate's Inferno Crozier, this thing. Playthrough where you only just run with the fire the whole time, imagine. Cody, welcome back. Thank you for the 23 months. How's it going, man? Forrest, you've been watching the previous stream all day today. I appreciate you watching them. Thank you, man. I know that it's not as exciting as runs or, you know, special content, but it's been really fun, though. I think this is the best first playthrough I probably will have on a game for a while. Unless they can make a better game after this. The amount of secret places that you can only find if you look up on a video is crazy. You're in a place right now you would have never found. The secret places are kind of like DLC. I'll definitely have to do that. You're going to have to tell me where to go after we're done the game. Or I guess when I'm satisfied. Okay, where was that item? Was it on the wall here? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. Okay. Never got this the first time we came over here. Lobos just did the hardest boss, level 1, with no bleed, no frost, no ash of war. No bleed isn't pretty impressive. Oh, dude, it's the blade mask. Or blide, however you say it. That's really cool. People are asking if I found his armor set. I might actually use that. 5.9 weight. It's a little bit heavier than this. Like the helmet we had before. And then apparently, so you can upgrade this weapon. I wonder how good the Serpent Hunter is outside of the Rykard fight. Am I done using the Bloodhound Fang? I use it sometimes. I just switch between this, the halberd, and the gargoyle halberd and the grafted blade. This is the 4 main weapons I'm using right now. Is this the first playthrough? It is, yeah. The character looks really short with this helmet on. It's kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna have to change it back. The height difference is bothering me. And then like the red matches the sword too. It looks really good. My second YouTube is a cooking channel. Dude, I wish I had a second YouTube for a cooking channel. That'd be cool. Distortion's trying to speedrun in sub 30 minutes, really? Dude, it went from like an hour to half an hour in a matter of days. That's insane. What Souls game has even had such a development in the first 2 weeks of the release of the game? It's pretty crazy. Okay, so we're looking for the next point of progression. I'm going to let you guys tell me where the star fell in Limgrave that Blade was going to. And then if I get lost again, I'll take one more hint on where to go from here. But mainly we have to get to this this grand lift. So I only want to know for the quest line that I was already starting for Ronnie, where do I have to go to meet Blade in Limgrave? Mistwood Forest, okay. So the ruins, maybe? South of the forest is where the well is? Okay. Red weapons look sick. This one's really cool because if you look at it up close, it actually has like living organisms on it. Like little parasite things or like worms. I don't even know. It's blatantly obvious. Is the game frozen? Come on, dude. I think we have to wait for the game to crash now. This is the extra special dark loading screen. It means that you've skipped to the end of the game and you're going to win.
The lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Oshiki, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes and the amazing loading screen we have right here with the cursor. This is called Cursor Souls. The way you beat the game is you bring the cursor across every single pixel on the screen. And if you miss it, you have to restart. It's pretty exciting. See, we're almost at the middle. Okay, I'm going to just reload the game. If I can actually even do that. That's why you Prime subbed? Oh, because the loading screen? Such riveting content. It's kind of funny because as soon as I open Task Manager, it typically crashes anyway, so I can't even use it to close the game. Oh, this time it actually is not going to close. Cool. Well, that's awesome. I got to actually force quit the game for the first time ever. It actually let me. It stayed frozen for long enough for me to do something. Steam was recently unable to sync your Elden Ring saves with Steam Cloud. Cancel. Try that again. See, it was a prank. They want you to basically continue without the cloud sync, and they're like, "Would you like to use a different destination for your save data?" And then everything gets erased. So that was a troll right there. Where do you live in Canada? I'm in Ontario. Pants, what about you, man? Also, Frindy, what's up? Game detects that you didn't go with the strength build. It refuses to run. It's like, you level dexterity, but you said you were a strength build. Okay, it's opening right now. We're good. You beat the game today, so now you can watch the stream, Masamune. What did you think about it overall? Was the ending good?
Haven't been able to watch live because of work. Loving the VODs and YouTube content. Heart.
Cody, no worries, man. I hope work's going good for you, man, and you had a good break during the winter as well. We gotta catch up sometime. Definitely, just send me a message when you have time. Thank you so much for the tip, by the way, dude, and for watching the YouTube as well. How's the stinger doing, dude? I've only seen. You know what's actually crazy, man? Since I saw yours, I've only seen a couple. They're still pretty rare, I guess. This kind of runner can't be found on Earth. This kind of runner. Who might that be? Or what is that? Like Maze Runner? That scared you, Nick? Wait, what did? The sound. Okay, so we tried to travel and the game crashed. Let's try to do a different travel point, even though it probably doesn't matter. I'm going to go here instead. You thought it wasn't loading? Oh, okay. Favorite weapon at the moment? Honestly, man, I think the best weapon I have so far is still, for me, the Bloodhound Fang. I really like the weapon art on it. If it wasn't for the weapon art, I would say this weapon for the detail and for the lifesteal, because this thing just looks amazing. The basic moveset's not as complicated though, and the weapon art is kind of like a projectile or an AoE, but this thing just looks amazing. It's got a lot of moving parts on it that you can't really even see if you, like if I'm over here, you can't even tell. Oh, look at this. Are those arms and hands? They're like little creature things. I don't even know, man. That's the Rykard weapon. It is the one that I transposed from Rykard's soul, yeah, or his remembrance. Okay, I'm assuming we have to go Could this be a hole? I'm gonna go around. Blasphemous Blade is so cool. Yeah, I think it's the best looking weapon, but the Bloodhound Fang is my favorite for the moveset. Because I'm a really big fan of curved swords. I like the Murakumo quite a bit, and I like the Exile Greatsword in DS3 for the heavy weapons, so I think this one's even cooler. Hours? I have about 60 hours at the moment. You refuse to give up. You've been stuck on a boss for hours. I don't want to ask which one, just in case I haven't done it, but I wish you luck, dude. I feel like you'll be able to do it. It's just, I don't, maybe go back to it. That's, for me, the only reason I've been able to not get so stuck on everything is I literally just leave it and go back to it. Like, I'll try it like once or twice. If it's too strong, come back. Like, unless I get really stubborn, which has only happened on Apostle, I think. And the very first boss that we did, the Tree Spirit. Did I just jump into here? I'm gonna try. Wait, how many runes do I have? Oh, I have quite a bit. If I die here, I'm gonna have to go get them. Okay, let's try though. Nope, that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Oh man. How much bleed buildup does the sword have? The one that I was talking about? 55. You'd assume that you'd be looking for an NPC over here, right? Just as planned. Guava, what's up, dude? How are you doing, man? Have you beaten the game yet, by the way? It was worth a try. I thought I was going to float or something. I'd be able to, or I'd fall into a different area. Getting close? Okay, cool. Apparently I'm only like halfway through. Here we go. Loving it so far? Me too, man. This game's awesome. We're just at the part where there's a lot of stuff we've completed, so to progress, there's not a lot of clear ideas. It's not just like, oh, look on the map and then go here. I have pretty much all these areas filled in. Explored tons of Caelid, done the Great Jar stuff, did the Redan fight, did the cave underneath it, did the Sanctum, the chamber, or the castle, sorry. We did Morn Castle, we did the quest there, we did all the stuff in the south that I could find, every main thing I could find in Limgrave. We did, I don't know if we did everything in Liurnia. Quite a lot of stuff in the in Galmer. Decent amount of stuff in between the capital and Galmer, and then I found this place, and there's a picture of Millennia, but I have no idea where she is, so that's another thing too. It's a mystery. And then I found this like village up here, the Windmill Heights. So we have this place, and then we have this giant piece of map that is basically the size of everything I found, plus a little bit more. And then I can teleport to this tower, but I can't get out of this area once I'm here. And then we're trying to do this quest line for Ronnie right now. Underneath, literally, I've only found a little bit underneath. Just this. Oh, you know what, though? Wait a second. I'll take a bet and say that he went into the river well, maybe. Because if we're right here... Like, unless you can go down into here. I bet she's at the river. Oh, maybe I could fall into this piece. Maybe? There's messages down there, yeah. That seems like it would work. Oh, death cam trigger? There's messages on those rocks. You definitely have to be able to get there somehow. You're doing the Ronnie quest too? Yeah. I think there's a drastic difference in playing this game on the Series S versus PS5. I've never played an Xbox Series S, man. I've never even seen one. I don't even know what it looks like. I think I've only seen the controller, and the controller was really similar to the original Xbox One controller, and then I own the PS5, so I would imagine it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure the Xboxes have better graphics cards typically, and then the PS5 just has better exclusive games, from what I've understood for like a long time. That's been the case. So I would imagine it's like the same thing. But I don't know, for anyone that owns both, like I'm not sure if there's many people that would own both in this day and age, because you wouldn't need to, unless you liked maybe Halo and like Gears and like all those games, and the Sony games too. But I don't know a single person that owns both though. What controller am I using? I'm using the Xbox One controller at the moment, I believe. It's like the USB-C one. Unless this one actually is the new Xbox. Is this the new one? It has like the 8-way D-pad. Is this actually for the new Xbox? Is it actually that similar? Maybe it is the new one, I don't know. But it's USB-C though. Likely Forest. That is the new one. Okay, so I have the new controller, never mind. It looks exactly the same. What's my build? It's strength and faith mainly at the moment. And then I have enough dexterity to use some weapons that are a little bit lighter too. How's the playthrough going, Catadex? It's going pretty good. We're trying to complete the Ronnie questline right now. So I did the, like talking to EG, talking to Celavis, talking to Blade, found Blade in Siofra Riverwell. He told me that he would meet me in, oh no, he said to go find Selen. I found Selen, but then I did the festival with the general, killed the general, and then that progressed the quest line from another point of view, I guess, and then now we have to be over in this place, apparently. This is where the star fell, or the first star fell, something like that. I beat the parkour boss. It was pretty fun though. It's cool how they use the environment to actually open this area, because I don't think you could go here before. This wasn't a part of the game, was it? That sword, this sword is so cool, dude. Oh my god. I love it. The weapon art too. That thing apparently can go up walls. That's what someone was telling me. I'm gonna try it right here. Oh my god, it does. It does go up walls. Nice. Well, we better hope that there's no magnetic boots or people that can climb, because in PvP you're going to be in trouble. Oh, this is Nokron. Okay, cool. So wait a second. If this is Nokron and it's right beside where we were before, I wonder if this connects into the area that is above this place, because there's a building or like some sort of like structure really far in the air. It was like probably hundreds of feet in the air, and you could see that there was like lights and everything, and you could probably like walk through it. I wonder if this has anything to do with it, or if that's not even accessible, because I had a guess that you could actually get into that area too. I wonder if it goes in a circle and then comes back into the other area. Ghost Flame Torch, what is that? Intelligence? Causes frost buildup, what? Does not have a weapon art? Cold fire, yeah. It's a cold torch. You missed me fighting Radan. How was it? It took you forever to beat him. For me, it was pretty easy because I was fairly overpowered for it, or at least I had a really good setup. So it was like 7 tries maybe. Just definitely under 10. Something like that. So it wasn't too many. What is this thing? Silver tier husk. I gotta be using the rune arcs a lot more. One thing that we have to do today, we have to go back and then try to use all the great runes we haven't tried yet. Because I believe I'm only using Godric's great rune right now on the slot right there. So I need to activate the other 3 and then check what was it the unborn one? Let me see. Yeah, great rune of the unborn. I gotta see what that does too. There's that, and there's these 3. What's giving you HP back on the attack? It's the weapon that I got. So yeah, this build's really good at basically just continuously getting HP back, curing all status effects immediately, and boosting damage with holy status. Which is pretty crazy. But I think that the way I did the stats, I probably could optimize it a bit more by not doing as much dexterity. If I wanted to just use more strength weapons, I didn't need as much dex on it. Then I wouldn't be able to use this weapon right here. But it has the bleed though, so bleed on top of the other buffs is just ridiculous. It's so good. You can just imagine if you had a light weapon, how quickly you could get it to activate over and over again. Have I done any dual wielding? I have tried power stancing hammers before. It's pretty cool, but I didn't have them upgraded enough to really utilize them too much. I could power stance this in the claymore, I believe. Wait, maybe. Wonder if this would work. No. Claymore probably would. Yeah, claymore does. But it's not high damage. That's the only issue. Let's look at the weaponer. Get the weaponer, the main one, and then if I offhand, can still use Sacred Blade too, which is really cool. Okay, that's an interesting combo. We could try that. Is there any other better greatsword we can use? I probably should get the gargoyle greatsword upgraded a bit. That'd be cool. Yeah, I think we're probably rolling very slow now. That's the only issue. It makes you very, very slow, and then I can't use the seal. So maybe I'll try that on a boss fight and see how it goes once we get to like a larger enemy. But for regular enemies, I think I'm good just doing this. Do you use faith to scale weapons, or do you use spells? I'm using the faith to heal the character and scale the actual damage and resistances. That's mainly the idea. So I don't have any miracles that do damage. Or like I think I have lightning miracles, but I haven't used them. So none of them actually do attacks. Gargoyle and Blasphemous would be insane. One's got holy damage, the other fire, and they would have similar weapon arts. Yeah, it'd be perfect, actually. Imagine even having two of the same weapon, two of this sword, or two bleed weapons would be really, really good too. Especially if you could put another effect on them. Like, I definitely want to try a bleed character for runs. I think that might be a good idea if I do 0 damage or something like that. Because I don't want to rely on a lot of magic for that. I think I want to just use melee for it. At the right, it shows you if you have low, medium, or high equip load. It does, but I keep forgetting about that. You're right, man. I gotta check that more often. Some of those new features, it's like, I don't know if anyone else can relate, but you're so used to the way they laid out the menu before, or not having certain quality of life features that you don't even check them. But you know they're there, you just forget, pretty much. You use freeze to bleed katanas. Plus bleed. The DPS was ridiculous. So what does freeze do? Is it just stamina related, or does it do damage over time too? Nokron Eternal City. Oh, I can talk with Melina. True. The Grace site. Frostbite does damage too. It's the same thing as DS3. Okay, because in DS3 you had to use Frost, and then you had to use a Firebomb to activate more damage on it, I believe. Like, people would throw a firebomb, or they'd use a torch, and then they'd do frostbite or something, or vice versa.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountain tops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
Oh, you can do great runes here too. Only the ones you've activated though, right? So. I think I can agree.
Turn your runes to let my hand share them with me.
So wait, she just has dialogue if you've talked to her, and then like if I leave and go back here, she's not going to be there, right? So I could just level without. I'm trying to figure out how that works. It was interesting. Yeah, okay. I wonder if there's memes out there where it's like, I don't need you to level, I could just level myself. Melted mushroom. Dukist herba. Stumbled on the scythe at level 15. You've been stuck with it now until level 113. I would love to use the scythe. I haven't found one though. I was fighting an NPC that had 2 scythes, and it looked wild, just the power stancing on it. Runslayer, what's up, man? Technically can't level yourself. She gave you the ability. That's fair. That's fair. It's like, little did we know the entire time you're not even controlling the character. It's like the maiden is actually playing as the character, and your character rips off their skin, and it's just the maiden underneath. She's like, gotcha. You thought you had free will, but you indeed do not. And she's like, I offer you an Accord, and then she just drives away in a Honda. Foreshadowing, yeah, maybe. Well, I'm wondering what's going on here, because obviously she's not like physically here, but then this is the lands between. We don't even know if you're dead or undead or alive, whatever. It's presumably the combination of a lot of stuff, or somewhere in the middle, right? So the horse is obviously not, remaining. It's magic. So what's going on with that? And also, why is she like trying to propose these things for your mission in her interests? Like what she just said, she wants to commit the cardinal sin of obviously like burning the thorns and going beyond the throne thing. So why doesn't she just do that? Why do you need my help? This is now a musical. It'd be funny if it just turned into Oprah and she's like, "Look under your seat. Everybody gets one." He's like, let me try to get a backstab with my shield. I'm just going to take 10 years. He's got a pretty strong shield. What sword is this? This is the blasphemous sword. The blasphemous blade. You have to kill Rykard, and then you have to transpose his remembrance into this weapon. There's also another spell where it's a bunch of skull flames, or flame skulls, whatever. But I chose this instead, because you need intelligence for that one. Ghost Glovelort Picker's Bell Bearing. Okay, say that 5 times in a row at double speed, and you get a tier 3 sub for life. That's like without screwing it up at all. Yeah, the lifesteal is really good. It's going to help us a lot in the end. I think this character build is just insane at this point. I don't know if it would be better like if I had spec'd it really well and I was a lower level, but we're also pretty high level too, so that helps. Like, it's just really good. And it's nice because I don't have to use any kind of magic to, you know, shoot projectiles at people or feel like I have to, you know, do ranged combat all the time. I could use the bow if I wanted to. I do have a bow that's okay. But yeah, like just all the health I'm going to get back from this. It's a decent chunk. Then we also have the medallion healing us too. And then I was showing, I made the little clip because someone was pointing out yesterday in this game you can do the fast heal with this if you just spam it. So we could just do this too and cheese it while we're waiting or while we're walking somewhere. I probably won't do that all the time, but you can. What prosthetic tools have I gotten? Prosthetic tools, is that a thing in this game? Isn't that Sekiro? What's lifesteal? You just get health back from killing enemies. The larval tear, you have to give them to the Moon Queen to respec, don't you? Or am I confusing that with a different type of enemy? Or not enemy, item. Yeah, so this is the building right here. This one that's right in front of the character, middle screen. That's where I could see. So this does connect back into that other area. It's pretty interesting. So yeah, if we have a lot of larval tears, that means we can just keep respecking for a while. Oh, dude, that weapon art is so strong. What even, dude? Maybe we were able to do this a lot earlier too. We're probably like twice the level you need to be for this. I went through the stairs. You found an arm and a leg so far? The SC in this game. Dude, it'd be cool if you could get prosthetic limbs and make your character like a bionic person or like an automaton. These things look like they would drop larval tears. Maybe I'm right about that. These are very like aesthetically pleasing enemies to look at. They look like oil slicks. Silver tear husk. So if I use the husk, can I make larval tears out of those? Visions of death. Precious item ahead. Why is it always dead end?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Finished the game. Back for the streams.
High Fidelity, thank you so much for the 14 months. Welcome back, man. Does the weapon art heal as well? I think if it does hit enemies, you do get health back. I don't know if it's every 2 enemies you kill or how often, because sometimes I'll kill them and they won't give me health right away, and then I'll kill another one and it does. Favorite boss fight so far? I think Rykard's my favorite so far. And then right after that, like Morgott and Rykard are almost tied, but Rykard just, it's such an achievement for how big the boss is and how cool the fight is, considering you can't just go back and forth. It's not like a duel as much as it is like you are basically using a special weapon to kill him. So it's kind of like a gimmick in a way, but it's a really, really engaging gimmick that actually has challenge to it. Like you don't just use like, it's not like the Storm Ruler like Norm where you hit him and then he's staggered. You hit him, he's staggered. You hit him, he's staggered 5 times dead. There's 2 phases, has a lot of variety in it, and it actually kind of performs like you'd expect a giant enemy to perform that is capable, rather than it just being kind of a big dumb thing. So that is my favorite so far. I'm a big fan of Divine Dragon and Yorm, so it's like an improvement upon those ideas times like 2 at least, I would say. It's kind of funny too. Yeah, the dialogue's really funny. What? Oh no. They actually went there, didn't they? They actually went there, didn't they? Well, I could fight myself. This is now the Gemini Man run. First mistake you made was thinking that I thought that you weren't going to do what I would do if I were you because you are me. Silly fool, you cannot beat me with my own tricks because I am myself and I am fighting as you as well. You can heal, but only time will be on my side, for you will die very soon. This is like an anime battle. Look at all the jump attacks too. I wonder if it knows that I jump attack a lot. It's like the user has done weapon art 5 times in the last 10 minutes. We'll continue to do that. You walked right into my trap card. Haha. Silly fool, your FP is limited. I only have 1 flask. As do you. Actually, I bet you this one has like immediately infinite HP or something like that, or infinite. Oh, come on, you can Estus. Good thing my Estus is weak. Sucker. Oh shit, I can't get a backstab. It's kind of fun actually. I like this one. I dare you to heal. I dare you to heal. Ha! You have nothing left. You have less heals than I do. I have 9. Easy as possible time. That doesn't even do anything. That was a stupid idea. That was kind of smart. Okay. I'll take that one. I'll take that. Backstab for the finish. Larval tier, nice. That was pretty cool. It's like a ditto, basically. Who lost, though? Was it me or me? I don't know. He melted this guy in 5 seconds. Says, you're a lame knight and flame user. Oh, okay. So the more lame the build is that you have, the better it is. Yeah, I guess I lost on that. So if you're doing a hitless run, would that actually be in all bosses a loss because you definitely got hit? Maybe that's why people were saying this game's impossible, because like you have to beat yourself. So that's pretty cool though. You had money on Squill. Yeah, he let us down, unfortunately. Cheese did this naked and unarmed yesterday. Oh, really? Wait, like the Mario speedrunner or Cheese Whiz? What's my sword? It's the Blasphemous Blade. You have to transpose it from Rykard's Remembrance, the big snake dude. Man, I love looking at it, though. It looks so cool. If you get this, definitely take a look at it very closely, because insane detail. Like, I wonder how hard it would be to run this kind of weapon in the older games and like the engine, because there's so many things moving and doing different animations. They have like little mouths too, or little arms. Trying to respec into a lightning build. Pretty fun so far. I think I've found one spell that has lightning. I think I have the Ash of War that, like, you put the sword up and it does lightning as well. Does it scale with faith? It does scale with faith, yeah. It does fire damage. The Moonveil people hate this boss for sure. I wonder what would happen if you like hacked the game and you remove your character model and gave them no like 0 values for everything, or just like remove the actual like character itself and you were like in a free camera or something like that. If it would just disappear, or the game would crash. That'd be fun. Or like if you had hacked items that were just like put in the game afterwards, like what would happen? Can you use your horse here? Okay. So wait a second, this is basically the same area again. Were we able to go here last time? Looks kind of different. Your double will have nothing to fight you if you unequip your weapons. So you can do like a fist fight. That guy got pretty unlucky on his horse. It's like, oh yeah, we made it. Oh, no, not the other jump. Damn it. In the area above the river valley. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what's over there. What's over here? Okay, no, that is actually just the same place, so we do not want to go over there. We want to go over this way. For now. Grant me a seat at the table of the dynasty. The Mogwin dynasty. Where are my stats? These are the stats right here. I want to see a naked fist fight against that boss. Unfortunately, you're in focus mode. I will do it next time. I'll try it at some point. Have low health and just seppuku. Oh, so wait, if you go in with 1 HP, the boss has 1 HP? Is that what you're trying to say? Or what? Or like, okay, is there a weapon that has a weapon art that will kill you if you use it? Like, it'll take damage? Like, can you do that? Because I wonder if you had low health, and then all they had to do is use the weapon art once and they die, if they would kill themselves in the fight. But not once. Bloody Slash does that, so you can put yourself like on 1 HP. You have to keep doing it. I wonder if the boss would actually kill itself if that happened. 95, what kind of tea do you drink? Why can't I get up the rock? Oh man. Maybe if you have 1 HP. That's what I'm wondering. You go in there with literally 1 HP. Give the character a weapon where the weapon art will kill them. See if they use it. Apparently someone saw one of the animals rolling around and they thought it was a glitch. There's a pretty funny clip of that. That was more obelisks over here. Okay, we're gonna have to pay attention for these because we had to light 8 of them. Or more even. More, maybe like 10 of them before. There's quite a lot of them, so What weapon is it? It's the blasphemous blade. Oh. I want the holy arrows. I don't know how to make those. Bloodbone arrows. Are those bleed? Yeah, they are. Okay. Not sure if this bow will even matter, but it'd be cool to actually see if it will do anything for us. It's still way too heavy. Wait. Man, I gotta wear some lame boots here. But yeah, I think I have the stuff to get the bow up quite a bit at this point. I was like, where we go? Oh my god. What's going on? Jim! Where are you, Jim? I don't see you. Mom, Dad. Help. Oh no. Craig. Craig, why are you sleeping? Oh my god. There he is. There's a cliff. Oh, that's pretty easy farming for the arrows right there, if you want to make some arrows. I don't like these boots, man. I really don't. I mean, at least not with this this gear. You'd have like the gladiator look, just have no pants. Well, I guess I could, you know what? I could do this instead. This is a very cool looking set of armor anyways, so we'll do that. They're just innocent animals. I typically don't kill them that much, but I need arrows at this point. I want to try some stuff with the bow. Especially if we're going to do PvP, like we're going to want to save those, so I'm going to try to kill some of these. They all run away. It's funny. It's actually not funny, but it's kind of funny though. Sneak Rat, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your motes. Welcome. How good is the... Can you use the bow on the horse? Oh, you can. Hello. Okay, I want to see how much it takes to do bleed build up on this guy. See how good these are. It's quite a lot of them. It's looking like a porcupine. Dude, I don't think he can bleed. Better to use kukri throwing knives for bleed. I was just curious because I remember bleed arrows in Dark Souls 2 were nerfed pretty early on. Oh, there we go. Took forever though. I gotta upgrade the bow and stuff. So kukri throwing knives are better. Because yeah, if I PvP with a bleed weapon, I'm gonna be just doing like stupid stuff in between to try to make people bleed. Get the map more in Rampart. Okay. I guess you could probably make those too, right? Oh, the backhand is strong with that one. It's like, why did you interrupt my singing? The short bow volley weaponer works well for bleed arrows. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea. I was gonna say even for this bow too. Well, whatever one you can change the Ash of War on. I have some Ash of War that makes more arrows shoot at once, so probably be a good combination, right? Just want to make sure we didn't miss any of these. I missed so many of them last time because I had no idea we were looking for them when we came to the Siofra area. Try to hit something over the mountain with your skill art. Yeah, right there. That was pretty cool. Sounds suspiciously like DS2 best area in the game is singing. Oh, the Shrine of Amana. I think this area definitely was inspired by something like that. I feel like they did look into that at some point. It reminds me of it a bit. I definitely think it's better, but Shrine was really cool with the way it looked. It was just very linear. And this is like one of the more linear parts of the game, but it is obviously expanded when we come back to it from the other side. We're doing the quest line and everything, but yeah, it reminds me of that. It's cool how in the first section of this, these guys are all spectral, and then now they're physical. Like you can actually see them. Try the jump shot with the bow. How do you do that? Oh, you just do that. Okay. Forgot you could jump and do the bow. Am I lighting the bonfires? I'm lighting the obelisks, I think they're called. And then we've already gotten 2 on here. The jump shot's pretty cool. I guess you have a crowd, you can shoot over them. That was one thing I was actually excited about on this game, and then we didn't end up using too much of the bow yet. And I found a really good one, but I need holy arrows, and I need to upgrade it a bit more. Can roll backwards and shoot directionally. That's pretty cool too. Yeah, I think in Dark Souls 3 you could shoot in different directions with the roll attack, right? Because that was the game that actually transformed the bow. Like, the bow was pretty boring before that. That's why I did the bow run on 0 hits, just because it was so much more fun, and it was actually a challenge in the beginning, too. I think in the other games it was a bit easier. Make the attack strafable, don't enforce iframing. Fair enough. I think they should have made like a little, like a mini, like a quick dash or a sprint or something you could do to shoot them. Like you can run and shoot the arrows. Like it'd be cool to get a weapon art, you just hold L2 and then the character just keeps rapid firing as you're sprinting while you're locked on. That would be really awesome. Like maybe it cuts down the damage by 30%, but you can just keep firing them as you're running. And then you don't have to keep, you know, have a unique button for it. You can just hold the weapon art for whatever the Ash of War is. Oh, we're about to get some beast bones here. Dude, that's crazy. This thing is really good. Anything in your path is not safe. Even that guy, even though I didn't even have FP. Oh yeah, now the FP's not consumed. I have that potion where for 10 seconds your FP's not used, so you can just keep spamming stuff. That'll be really useful for just crowd control with this weapon or other big attacks. That was such a good crystal tier to get. Chadwick, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your emotes, man. It's a sick weapon. All right, this is really cool, yeah. Like, the rest of the moveset's not super fancy, but... like, I wish it had the running attack like the Claymore, right? Where you do the spin. I think it's the one... Is it the two-hand? Oh, maybe the Claymore doesn't do it either. Where did the spin go? Did they remove it? There's some weapons where they do a spin where you run. Maybe in Dark Souls 2 that was kind of a thing. Haven't leveled the weapon up much. The one I'm using right now, it's +6. I think we can get +4 more to get +10 on it. So someone was saying you can do +25 on a regular weapon, and you can do +10 on a special weapon. Running R2. Running R2 is the spin. That's what it was. Chris, I appreciate that. I actually did not know that. I don't even know if I tried a running R2 on this weapon yet. Perseth now, it's key. What's going on? How are you doing? Welcome to hunting Cabela's hunting simulator with a guy in a cape and a sword. And the animals are just way too quick. So I cheat with a bow. And it still doesn't work. Dude, you're right. It's actually so bad. Oh, man. Try running heavy. You should have the spin. Yeah, the running heavy attack does. I don't think I tried that on this weapon yet. Perk like the drug. Okay, I see. Why are there rats over here? There's rats worshiping the music. Ooh. What's inside that bag right there? Damn. May you see the talismans? Yeah, one second. I forgot that rat was alive. These are the talismans we got. I don't think I've gotten any really good ones recently other than the Crimson Amber Medallion +1. It does increase the HP, but I still think the defense one's a bit better. I need the equip load one. The stamina one's debatable. I could probably get rid of it and just do the HP increase if I need to, but I have low stamina overall, so... I think with the fact that I have the Jar's Arsenal and then the Turtle, they offset the crazy amount of points I could have invested into Endurance, and then it kind of brings reason into the other stats, like, because I can kind of offset the disadvantage there without having to level a lot. So now, like, because I don't think I spec the character really well. I think that we screwed up with, if I was trying to be optimized, I would have done way less dexterity, and then I would have done 40 strength, or I would have done a lot more dexterity and less strength, right? At least if I was going to put faith in, or I would do no faith. We'd have 40 vigor, we'd have like 20 to 30 endurance, and then we'd have more even strength and dex, or one would be super high, right? So I think those two talismans help with the endurance I have. Show the map? Yep. This is my map so far. Then we're over here. 50 ADP. Man, if ADP was in this game, that'd be a bit disappointing. That would be one thing, because like people keep asking me what my least favorite thing is so far, and I really don't have a lot of downsides at all, other than just technical things with the PC version. But if ADP was in the game, that would be an immediate downside. Like, even the way they did the stats is really nice, and the way that they scale them. How many shard bearers are down? I think I have five great runes at the moment. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. These, I don't think that these are complete yet. There's only 2 on the steps right there. Because the other one, it had a bunch of little posts that reflected how many of the things you lit. So I don't know if that's the same for that area. Looks exactly the same with the creature that's there. It's probably this one right here, yeah. So we still need... how many? 1. There's only 1 more. Which weapon is this? It's the Blasphemous Blade. That one's a Nokron, good luck. Like the area that we were in before this part. Isn't hard cap around level 160? Before things slow down leveling wise for the overall level of the character. Well, 160, I don't think there can be a cap for a soul level on a character or a total level, because that would entail you could do any combination of different stats, right? So you could literally have like 99 of one stat and then whatever. You're probably referring more towards like if there was a hard cap, it would be 1 stat, right? So like an example before would be the soft cap, or sorry, the hard cap could be like 40 for strength in the other games, and then it's really diminishing after that. Whereas a whole overall level of a character could be anything; it could be any combination. So that doesn't really like tell us a lot about what they actually put into the stats. For preference on PvP and everything, like popular levels to try to PvP at, I think 150 people were saying for this game. Runes per level becomes exponential after 160. Oh, like you're talking about the cap for leveling itself, or not the cap, the rate in which it increases more than like the average percent it goes up by. I have no idea about that. I've never actually even I haven't even paid attention to how much it increases by each level this far. I'm at 90 something, and it's pretty expensive now, but it's not too crazy though. No damage run possible in this game? I believe it would be, yeah. I don't see why it couldn't be. Like everything we've done so far, we could do no damage. Some of them would be a bit sneaky, like you'd have to have some stealthy strats, but every main piece of content wouldn't be too bad compared to a lot of the optional stuff. Ooh. Will 0 damage this? I probably will, but I don't know when, or I don't know when we're going to start it, but I think I will. Unless, again, like I said, there's something that's impossible that we overlooked or we don't know about with the environment, maybe. Or an event that's coming up in the game.
Might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I love this game. Hope you're enjoying it too.
Lisa, it's my favorite so far. I really enjoy it. Thank you so much for the 4 months, by the way. Welcome back. I guess without giving any spoilers, like how far are you? How many hours do you have so far? Are you still in your first playthrough? Also, Fidel, what's up? Good morning to you. How does dual wield work? Power stancing? I think it requires around 1.5 times the stats for it. But it has to be the exact same weapon class now. So don't quote me on the 1.5 times thing. I'm not exactly sure, but you do need to have the same kind of type of weapon. It can't be like a rapier and a hammer, or a spear and a greatsword or something like that. You died a 1 hit from this wolf with your vigor. Bartsu, how much vigor do you have? As far as you can wield the weapon one-handed, you can dual wield. Okay. So if you meet these strength requirements, it's not a percentage of like the stats combined, or it's not like a 1.5 times stats combined. It's literally just each weapon being one-handed is possible. Then it just makes you really heavy if you need to. That's fair. Man, this music is really tense. I think there's an area we can either fall down to. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with this stuff we're looking for right now, but the one I'm missing might be fairly hidden in that area, or it could just be somewhere that I ran by over here. So we're going to take a second look with the horse again. Having to kill grafted scion every reset for no hits can be brutal. There's actually a lot of ways to cheese him, so you can jump into a tree and shoot arrows at him. I'm pretty decent at just killing him with arrows without even having to do that, just on foot. And then you can just straight up kill him if you want to be fancy, but there's a lot of ways to do it super easily. There's one way where he can't actually touch you at all. You just have to basically run to a tree, get in position. There's no way he can, none of his attacks can hit you. You're basically kind of like above his range, and he can't jump to get you either. So I believe Kazoodle had a clip of that he was showing me. I think that was like a few days ago or whatever. He figured it out, or a handful of days. So yeah, Scion's a done deal. There's already probably going to be cheese for a lot of the harder stuff. By the time I get to it, like, there'll be other people that'll figure out cheeses for a lot of things. Because the rate of progression for like strats is just, again, way faster than normal. Just because when I tried to route DS3, it was just me, Hob, Fraz, Colby, and we had Lev as well. But then Colby and Lev stopped playing. So I mean, it was them for like half of it, and then just the three of us for the rest of it. Multiply that by like 15 to 20, and then that's like how many people are probably going to be diligently looking for things and actually discovering things simultaneously now. So the rate of progression for knowledge is just way quicker. Community is just way bigger in terms of people that take it seriously or need to, try to get a run. So that will facilitate a lot more results, I think. That was another set of grace right here. Did I not find this one? And yeah, it's only going to continue to get quicker in the future, so it doesn't matter how hard the game is. I think it's just a matter of like just the volume of people at that point. So I probably do have to go over here, like we were saying. Have you seen Distortion speedruns? What are your opinion about the route or anything? I haven't watched a speedrun on the game yet. I've seen Faraz kill Radan with a dagger, and I've seen Kazoodle kill the Scion with a bow. That's the only two clips I've seen outside of just people streaming this that had started before me. Or after me, sorry. So I'm really excited. I'm going to do a reaction for the first time of whatever the record is at the time that I beat the game. That'll be the first video we look at. And because they're pretty short, I'll just watch it at the beginning of a stream. And I'll give you my actual first impressions of it. Oh, no, I didn't want to backstep. I'm that guy on the horse now. I'm like the dude that fell off that I was laughing at, dude. Oh, God. Not good. At least we're right here. Honestly, thank God we're right here. That was so bad. No, thank you. Knight's Sacred Ground. Well played. Did I use summons for Radan? I didn't, just because for me, on the bosses that are really cool, like super, super cool, at this point I kind of want to do them one-on-one. Even spirit summons I haven't really been using a lot, just because some of the fights I really like just the one-on-one aspect of it. So I didn't do that for him, but he was pretty easy without it, considering the character that we were using. I think if I came there a lot earlier, like people were saying I could have done, it would have been a different story. Probably would have taken like an hour or two, but yeah, he's still like, even considering what was going on there, and like also watching Frost do it with the dagger, it doesn't look like it's like that ridiculous compared to how some people were saying. Because the first claim was that it was impossible. It wasn't that like, oh, you're gonna have a hard time. It was just straight up impossible, and then it turned into, oh, it's really hard. Then it turned into, oh, it's not too bad. So I think that's the progression of people jumping to conclusions, then realizing that it's not really as hard as they thought it was with practice, right? But that's, again, the reaction you're going to get from someone that isn't doing challenge runs as much, because they kind of understand it from a different perspective. So I don't blame you, but yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff, even now, that might be considered really hard, that'll be easier in the future. I wonder if can we make the jump up here? I guess so. I guess you could. It's like the same thing though. I'll probably down there too. I want to try this with the character, but I'm not sure we're gonna make it if we do that. Probably have to go on the other part. I think people see Radon Meteor and assume it's undodgeable. It actually is. Yeah, it's been done perfectly. So it looks really difficult to dodge, but I mean, like, just because it's difficult to dodge immediately doesn't mean it won't be in the future. You just gotta get better at it. It's like, how does someone beat Punch Out blindfolded, the world record speedrun or something like that? Or how do you beat Super Mario, the first one, to the degree of you know, like thousandth of a second or something like that, or like frames? It's just like, how does Cheese perform on the level of a tool assisted bot, frame perfectly in a lot of scenarios? It's like, you just got to be really good. It's a lot of practice. And the good part is it actually is just a performance kind of thing at that point. It's not actually even like there's factors that are gambles. It's just, you just have to push the button properly and look at objects properly. So that's an even easier case. Dude, why is the NPC that's just beating me with a spoon? It's a mace, never mind. I thought it was a ladle for a second. Why is this one so... What? Dude, I can't hit you. Why'd the jump have iframes there? What is that? You dodged it at least once? Yeah, I think eventually when you play, you're gonna do that, and then it's gonna be like, oh, okay, maybe you can do it, you know? So given enough time, I think the perspective definitely changes. That's why I'm not trying to claim anything other than I believe that things are possible. I can be proven wrong, but it's less likely that they're not possible than that they are. That's always like the higher probability, so I'm just gonna go with that belief. But I'm not gonna claim anything to be like, you know, concrete until we actually do it. This is the final boss, Phantom. Oh no. Better get ready. It's the final countdown. I want to play that song on stream. I don't want to get copywritten though.
Strength be granted, so the world
Black
might
Wet
be
Blade, what does that
mended.
do?
So the world might be mended.
Hope you are loving Elden. Haven't watched much lately cause of spoilers, but happy to see you tried Gone. Good luck, smile.
Vandervolt, thank you for the 54 months, man. I appreciate that. Dude, I really like the game. It's super fun.
Withdrawn from its vessel.
Also, no worries. Yeah, definitely avoid the spoilers. Like I said, you can't get your first playthrough back. Make sure that you enjoy it the most you can. Thank you for the good luck, dude. I wish you good luck as well. And also thank you for taking the time to even resub, even though you didn't have to during your playthrough. Fear the Elder Blood, thank you for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your motes as well. Welcome. How's it going? Apparently this applies an additional affinity of poison, blood, or occult with the Ashes of War. Or the affinity for Ashes of War, yeah. That's pretty cool, man. We have a lot of these now. I didn't know there was going to be so many of these kinds of items. But I guess it makes sense. If they're going to make a system, why not make it super customizable like everything else? So. Lando, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh my god, he's running away. I hope you enjoy your motes, Lando. Welcome. Thank you for using your Prime sub here as well. Nemesis, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How's your weekend going so far? Is occult in this game like DS1? I've never actually used anything that has occult on it, so I'm not actually sure. Have I played Jedi Fallen Order? I did play Jedi Fallen Order. I wasn't able to continue to keep playing it though and get into it as much, but yeah, for me, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. Like, I'm okay. I'm kind of neutral to Star Wars. But I think for someone that's really into the actual theme, that's a big bonus. Like, you might like it. And if you're really into action games, there's a chance. But for me, it just wasn't enough to really be like, this is a crazy good game. And the amount of playtime a lot of people were saying they got out of it for the price was just not a lot either. And the replayability wasn't much. So I think it's super cinematic. It looks really good, but it just wasn't like an addicting game for me. So that was my experience. I got it from my uncle. He is a huge Star Wars fan. He has a business based around that too. And even he didn't continue playing it. He was like, there's better Star Wars games. I still think Battlefront 2 is the best Star Wars game of all time, like the original one, not the DICE one. But even some people probably say KOTOR is really good too. Jedi Knight Academy, stuff like that, you know.
So the world might be mended.
Thanks for this year and the following years. Continue to run and become the best at what you are.
Lego Star Wars, yeah, even Lego Star Wars did pretty damn good from what I remember. Force Unleashed was pretty fun when it came out. 2005 Battlefront, yeah, the original Battlefronts were insane, man. Mimic Tier Ashes. Dude, I wonder if we use the Mimic Tier, if it turns into the enemy we're fighting. That'd be really cool. It takes on the form of a summoner to fight alongside them, but its mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. Mimic Tier is the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a Lord. Damn, so you can't actually use it to take on the form of other enemies. That would be too overpowered, I think. Apparently it's an OP summon though. It's really good. Am I reading it wrong then? Does it actually change into the enemy or into you? It's got like 10k HP. 10k HP. Oh, it does actually take on the form of you. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna use that for sure. We'll try it out. So it's like you're co-oping with yourself, basically. That's really cool that they did that. Titan, it's going pretty good. How are you? Imagine summoning Radan. I can't imagine, because I don't think he'd fit inside the game, dude. He'd be too big of a character to actually be inside the building sometimes. The poor horse, man. The horse would die. That's actually... What? That's right. Stay down. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Never mind. Okay, she just had a quick step. I wonder if there's a quick step item. Or if that's just the enemy doing a sidestep. The ball was so funny. Yeah, what's going on with the ball there? Surprise attack ahead. I'm planning on doing runs in Elden Ring. I'm going to be doing speed runs. I'm going to do challenge runs. I'm going to do PvP. Pretty much everything. I might even do other stuff too. I don't even know what else we can do. We might do some more discussions on it, but yeah, at least a few different types of runs and a little bit of multiplayer. What's the hardest challenge run I've done? Zero damage trilogy so far. So it's just Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 back to back with 0 damage. Oh my god. He did just turn into a giant. Like how you can 180 that. That's really cool. There's a way gate over here too. Try the mimic summon. Oh yeah, it doesn't. How much FP does it even use? It doesn't seem like it uses much at all. That's so cool. How strong is it? Oh, no way, dude. He gives me HP when he hits other enemies. Because my weapon. That's pretty broken. It can just solo bosses, really? Well, pacifist run is possible now. We're definitely going to be able to do that. That'd be cool. Do the escort run. That's insane, man. Plus 10. You have it at plus 10, it basically never dies. Oh, because you've upgraded it, yeah. Do you think an SL1 no-hit god run's possible? It's been done before with the 5 games for the previous stuff they've made other than Sekiro. And then the 6 games have been done without SL1, so I believe you could do that, yeah. I think everything that everyone asks is possible unless there actually is a technical factor that doesn't allow the rules to be completed, right? So if there's a certain event scripted to not allow a rule to happen properly, or to basically like break a rule that can't be circumvented, that's the only way that something's been possible, right? You could have things that are extremely hard, but then it's just a gamble and then a time investment. So you could have something that takes 10 years to complete, but you could still do it hypothetically. It's just a matter of, is it actually restricted in some sense? And is there a way around that restriction? So I think mostly everything is possible. You could do like all achievements, every game they've made for the last 10 years back to back with sleep in between, but is someone going to try to do it? I don't know if that'd be interesting, right? Sure, it's possible though. And also no damage in the process of all those things too. There's just like, then it's like, is it fun? So the Waygate's bringing us back over here. We still have to light the last thing over here too. So I wonder if that was part of where we were. Could be, or there still might be another one over here that's not quite yet found. Well, I think that sucks in this area. You try to get away, you try to actually escape, and it's very hard to. Like, you try to even use the map, and it's like, nope. No map for you. See, we didn't check here yet. Best game of the century? I would agree. Do you use the Y button shortcuts? I do, yeah. I have the lantern, the horse, and the recall for the checkpoint. Toxic, it's going pretty good, man. How are you? We're at 60 hours almost still. What do you think about the difficulty of the game? Honestly, it's pretty much the same as all the other games they've made. I think every game they've made has a very similar difficulty, except for some of the older ones have technological setbacks for the time they were made. So some of the difficulty is presented from different things than complexity by design, rather than just technical problems by design. So this one has complexity by design, but a lot of systems to cater to that, even when it exceeds the previous complexity, which makes it basically the same again, in my opinion. But that's as far as I played. So it might be even easier or even harder than that. I've yet to see either of those things. So I think I'll have to play the game a lot more to keep giving you updates on those things. How was the fight with Rykard? It was really cool, dude. That was my favorite. My streams made you realize how bad you are at exploring tack. That's okay, dude. Don't worry about that. As long as you're having fun with the game. You can always go back and do other stuff you missed. I mean, people will tell me that I'm bad at everything too anyways. Or be like, oh, you missed this. Like, why didn't you do that? Like, why aren't you using this? Oh, you're playing the game wrong. So it's like, everybody's going to have some level of something they miss, unless you're actually looking up stuff. Like, there really just wouldn't be a way I can imagine you would find everything just randomly. And maybe you beat everything you can. You have 90% of the stuff discovered, and then the other 10% will take you, like, literally just endless amounts of time to find all those secrets, or just guessing. So at the end of the day, like, is anybody actually organically going to find every single thing in the game? It's going to be a very low chance that ever happens. That's just, unless you take an exceedingly long amount of time. That's just, or excessive amount of time. Especially more so in this than anything they've ever made. And there's already things they've made before where they have to make articles in magazines so you can figure out that there is something in the game that you would just never discover. Like Path of the Dragon for Archdragon Peak. Like, who's going to go and sit on that carpet with a gesture where it doesn't say anything to, like, there's no indication that that's even related to that area, nor would you ever just randomly decide to do that. Someone will eventually, but like, how long is that going to take? A year or two after the games come out? So they have to actually release to media that that's in the game, so it's fair that people can discover it. Otherwise, if no one actually knew and it was left to just players, it would just be an experiment to see how long it takes someone to randomly decide to do that for no reason, and then it actually brings you to a whole other area. There's tons of stuff like that. So if there's any similarities in this game, it's like you can't realistically expect someone to find everything just by themselves. It's not built like that. So if you're having trouble exploring stuff that is more obvious, you can always go back. But some things will probably take a little bit of community effort, or just, like, you know, maybe they have to release information on it somewhere. What build am I doing? I'm doing a strength faith build at the moment. It's the whole point. Dark Souls is finding things through the community. Exactly. But they still do release information to outlets, though, just because, like, they're like, okay, if we leave it up to the community, this one might actually go unnoticed for a long time. And Shadow of the Colossus had an Easter egg like that too. I think it was, how many years was the game out for? Where they just discovered within the last, like, couple of years, there was a whole area dedicated to an Easter egg that was extremely cryptic, you know? I'm sure there's still more games out there too with undiscovered stuff that the developers made. So don't think you'll ever be 100% perfect on a first playthrough for this. Okay, gotta find the last obelisk on this part. I'm gonna go back to here. There's still some NPC quests that people have not figured out yet. There you go. But it's only been, like, how long? It's been days, right? Not even a month, so I wouldn't expect anybody to have to be, like, on top of that right away. The day and night bosses make it even harder. That's true. There's time conditions. Wait, we were in this other area, then we got brought down here, didn't we? Okay, I'm going to take one last really good look at the area we were already in with the obelisks and see if that even has anything to do with the situation again. Because it's... Knowing me, I missed something that wasn't actually hard to find. And then we found stuff that was hard to find that didn't have anything to do with that. So somewhere in this area, we still got to find an obelisk. I'm just going to go in a circle and then just keep circling closer to the middle. Oh, there's the last one. Yeah, there you go. Power gathers somewhere in horned remains. I wonder where it could be. It's not like I already saw something with horns. Gosh. That was difficult. It's over here, actually. You have any idea where you can find some smithing stone 5? Personally, dude, with the regular smithing stones, I actually have no clue. I think they drop from the giant hands in the manor. I forget what the name of the manor is. I'm just gonna touch the horn remains first. I guess we're gonna have to fight the caribou again, or the moose, whatever his name is.
So the world might be mended.
The first time we fought this boss, we got it first try,
So
so
the world might be mended.
hopefully this one's harder.
This is the run.
Carrier Manor, yep, there we go. Sorry, Atlas Tunnel has 5. Yeah, if the logic of what I'm thinking is true, continues to follow throughout the game, if you go into the mines where the enemies are mining different types of materials, you'll find deposits of the different upgrades progressively through the game. I just haven't found more of those tunnels yet, or enough of them to actually say that I know which one has the 5 in it, but it's definitely going to be somewhere under the ground in like a tunnel, or there's going to be an enemy that drops it, or you're going to be able to buy it from somewhere. I know where to get every single sombering stone up to roughly +6, I think. And then I found a +7 randomly before, and I'm not sure where I even got it, but I can definitely reliably get the special weapons to like +5 or 6, no problem. And that's not even like max, that's just some of the upgrades that you can go to 10, I think. Okay, we're gonna change this back, take the bow off. Let's put the armor back on too. We got the scaled armor. Oh, that looks really cool. Super heavy though still. Man, those the Landell Knight Greaves, they're the best in my opinion for the aesthetics. Okay, if I do this, then I can change the helmet maybe. Scaled helmet. Still not enough. That's a really weird mask. Okay, we'll go back to what we were doing before. Oh, we got shining horned headband. What? That's pretty cool. How much does that weigh? 3.3. Can I do the scaled armor with that? It's still so heavy. 5.7. Okay, that works. This is our new fashion right now. I like it. Regal Ancestor Spirit. How do you get the wolf head? I just picked it up. It was, you know, Ronnie's tower? You literally just jump out of where the tower is onto the wall beside it, and it's right there. Yeah, so this thing's exactly the same as the other one. At least I think it is. Oh, maybe it's not. It just healed. That's cool. Does the little roly-poly like the small ones do. Big finish. Remembrance of the Regal Ancestor. Ooh. It has a remembrance. Does that mean it's mandatory? Or is that just like a thing that I guess remembrances are for some things that are not mandatory too? The boss came into existence for all the deers that I killed. Oh no. A bit overleveled VC for this one. I could have definitely gone and done this a little bit earlier too, but then we progressed the rest of the game and then caught up back onto this quest line, so I'm not sure if that's the end of it, though. Optional main boss? Okay. Not done here yet? Okay. What is there to be done here? He couldn't avenge the deer that you killed, unfortunately not. That was really cool though. I like the way that it rolls around and stuff. And then the HP regen's good. That would have been cool for the first one. I feel like they could have made it a bit stronger, but maybe that wasn't the point of it. I guess we have to fall into here now. That would make quite a bit of the senses. The sensicles. Did I grab the Mimic Tier Summon? I did, but in case I didn't... Spoilers! I'm joking. I would have no idea what that even means, to be honest, but I did grab it, though. I got it right here. Did we already come down here and then we figured we couldn't get up? Maybe I did drop down here before. That was really sketchy. I was definitely not feeling confident on that one. Ancestral's infant's head. Is it one of the masks? That must be something else. Oh, it's a consumable. Use FP to spray spirit vapor. Ooh, oh, cool. Oh, that's okay. So we also made the Regal Omen Baron too. And then we have the Mimic's Veil. Use FP to mimic nearby objects. That's really cool, man. You should be using these ones. I'm gonna try that. Actually, I'll just put one of them on the bonus slot. Over here, we'll do it on the A button or the down. I'll try this one because I actually got this one first. Do I need FP for it? First off, weak foe. Didn't expect head. Almost like the hunter tools. Yeah, it's really cool. You have to wear an infant's head? Well, if it's just like an item, man. I don't know. Okay, so we got that area over there. This is the main place, or above this area that we were in before. Gotta figure out how to get across here. And then across here too. That's the rest of where this is, I think. Unless this is cutting into the other map. But yeah, that's the building I think I was looking at before. So. I'll try going back over here. Just circle around and look, Ben. That's what I plan to do. So I'm checking the map. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the lower one. We want this one. Vertovsky, what's up, dude? Have I beaten the game, Zephy? I haven't, unfortunately. No, we're at 60 hours, I believe. Yep. It's crazy how high up we are in this part. Killer Kex, happy birthday. Thanks. Happy birthday to you too, man. Red Hood, you just watched a bunch of my DS3 videos on YouTube, going through a spiral. You're glad you're able to catch a stream. Red Hood, thanks for watching those. I appreciate it, man. And thanks for making it to the stream too. We're trying to figure out how to progress through this place. There is something over there too. It'd be cool if I could see like if there's a waypoint. I bet you, I guess for the waypoints, you don't have to come out on the other side, and there's one right there, right? So you wouldn't know. But my first guess would be there's a waypoint to get over there or there, since this is all broken up. But we've already tried going through here too.
Let strength be granted,
like a while
so the
ago.
world might be
So it's probably
mended.
something else.
So the world might be mended.
Hey Squilla, enjoy the game. Peace and love you.
Matthias, thank you so much for the 5 months. Welcome back, dude. Humongous Frog, what's up, dude? Dog indeed. Losing 1.2k runes sucks just a little bit. Mira? How far in the game are you? That could definitely suck in the beginning of the game. That would be really annoying. Where do you find the antlers? Honestly, I think I got them somewhere in this area, or I beat the other enemy that was kind of like a deer, the other boss. I can't tell you, man. There's a lot of stuff I've gotten right now, and it's really hard to remember where everything was found from. I don't know if anyone else has that issue playing. Like, if you can remember every place you got every item, you might actually be identical or something like that. Like, you might have some sort of like brain thing, because there's just so much stuff in this that it's impossible. Like, I can remember maybe like a majority, but like the only guess I could give you is we literally got it from killing the boss, and I didn't even realize because I didn't put them on right away, or we got them from this area. What's your Soulsborne game tier lists? Is Elden Ring my favorite? It is, yeah. It would be. That is a good idea, though. Maybe I'll make a video, like a tier list on the games overall. Not the bosses, but just the games. Be an interesting one. What sword am I using? It's the Blasphemous Blade. You seem really lost. Would love to give you a tip. I'm not lost. I'm having fun, dude. I'm exploring. I'll ask for a tip if I need one, though. Try jumping, but enemy ahead. Let's see what this guy did. Did he die? Did he die? He died. Horse? You can use the horse. I'm sure that's possible, but I bet you get there from just the bridge right there, so I'm not going to risk that, because we might miss some stuff on the way over here. Tricky jump, but it's possible. I wasn't sure if it would work with just the player. I was thinking maybe if we had the, what's it called? The horse. Last boss I killed, it was the deer, the second deer. Siafra Aqueduct. Nice. What's a Crucible Knight? Okay, we're at the point where Crucible Knights are just regular enemies now. I'd love to heal and not get knocked out of the area. Is he gonna fly in this place? Fly birdie. Oh, he's got the fire breather. Okay. I have that too, but I don't use it because I'm not a cheaty boy. Crucible cheater. Oh, he can do a jump and do that too. That's cool. Check out my weapon art, bro. Didn't expect that, did you? Okay. That was close, man. I was kind of sweating on that one. What is a caribou? It is an animal that has antlers. That kind of looks like a deer. Sort of. It's definitely a caribou. Yeah, the antlers are very like specific on that one. Headley, it's going pretty good. How are you, man? Do the Crucible Knights respawn? I hope not. That'd be really bad. He's got a lot of health. Although, okay, you know what? I think the worst basic enemy that's existed in the game still is that one dude that I don't believe he does respawn in the capital. The knight that had, I think he had flight. He had like this infinite dash thing with an uppercut, and then he had a ton of crazy stuff. Like he was really, really hard to kill. If you stand with the edge behind you, he will do flying dragon attack right off the edge. Oh, true. I didn't think about that. Could have dunked him.
Granted, so the world might be mended.
Crucible Knight.
So the world might
Yeah,
be
the enemy we
mended.
just killed was a Crucible Knight. It was a different one. The one with the hook move? I think so, yeah. Also, Toucan, thank you for the 1 year. Welcome back. I hope you continue to enjoy your emotes. Also, enjoy your new badge, too. Oh, yeah, so it was this one. This one right here. Literally this guy. The Crucible Knight with the literal... I don't even know what that is, man. It's like a candle holder. He's got like a sconce lance in his hand. He does the slam. Takes you to the Pain Town. Population of Bloodstain that was previously you. There we go. Smithing Stone 6, nice. Do I play any instrument? Yes, I do. I can play a few of them. Mainly guitar, but I can play drums and I can play bass as well. Unless that just counts as guitar. Caribou deer-like, but more moose size, massive chonkers. That's a really good description. I probably couldn't have put it better there. What's the build? This is strength and faith mainly. Inner Order. Ooh, that's a cool one. There's a lot of really good emotes in this game. It's copied from Wikipedia. Damn, man. Imagine using the internet to explain the definition of something. Imagine even reading information in general. Imagine not just making up information and then believing it. Something's going on over here. Okay, wait. I'm gonna not do that yet. We're gonna go back for a second. It's like the fusion dance. Yeah, I wonder if like you and a friend did that same gesture, just facing opposite ways, if you could do the fusion dance. Dumbledore turns into Crumpledore for the final boss. Dude, okay, I've been told it's Bruce Willis. Now you're saying it's Dumbledore? Like, what's next? Make up your own sources, not gonna lie. 100% credible. Nice. It's Bruce Willis as Dumbledore? Okay, I'll accept that. That's fine. I was kind of worried it would just be regular Bruce Willis, and I was like, man, this game was like really cool, and then they kind of just... It peaked too early, unfortunately, so... So we got, what was that? Order healing. Alleviates death blight buildup. So you found the meteor? Isn't this place beautiful? It is, man. We found the place that's underneath this place. The riverbank, but I was always wondering, I'm like, how do you get to this building? Now I think we're actually on the way to get over there. That's what it seems like. There's a lot of bosses in this area too. We've already fought, well, like 2 were the same with like 1 modification or a couple to the second fight. But there's that giant dragonkin crawling dude, which was actually really fun too. And I bet you there's probably still more because we have some other stuff coming up too. So I'm pretty excited to see what's going on. I'm wondering why you can see the stars underneath the ground. As one thing that's not explained. Possible to finish the game using a dagger? I would imagine you probably could finish the game using your fists if you wanted to. Doesn't seem like there's anything that we've done that's time sensitive so far. Just seems like you'd have to grind it out. Valiant Gargoyle. Oh, okay. I think we're ready for this one. I have killed many gargoyles before. Of course, I have no FP left. Looking like a noob gargoyle slayer. Oh, this one has poison? Or no, it's... Okay, that's poison. Oh, shit. They had to put Twin Blade beside the one's name. That's amazing. I love it. Oh, they gave some tribute, or paid tribute to the double gargoyle fight. It's pretty cool. Okay, infinite FP time. Oh, come on. Okay. Gotta be a bit quicker killing the first one. He doesn't know. He lacks critical information. That's definitely one of those moments. He lacks critical info. Just wait till he sees the second gargoyle. Everybody's just on like Discord being like, yo, watch this, man. You managed to fight both reindeers in the last area? I fought both of them, yeah. I fought the dragonkin and I fought the both of the deers. I think I found every boss in this area so far. If I didn't, then I'm actually shocked at how many things they crammed into this place. With it still being a decent little adventure on the side. Alright, let's try that again. I'm gonna try to save the FP for later if I can. Or at least a little bit of it. That was actually really bad, that angle. If I made the stagger potion, I bet I could probably kill him a lot quicker too. We're trying to get stagger right now. There we go. Here it is, guys. Just gotta survive. Oh, that missed him completely. What a travesty. I didn't learn the twin blade gargoyle as well as the axe gargoyle. It's pretty smart. It actually spreads the poison all around them too. It's cool how they do that. Canceled, nice. He's got the axe now. I need to axe you a question, Tarnished. Oh no. I don't think he likes puns. These are honestly the best gargoyles they've ever made, dude. And they're actually scary too. They're legitimately scary. I still think these guys are actually, even though we've repeated them a couple times, they're actually better than a lot of the optional bosses in the game so far. They might be one of the best optionals. That and the Starfallen Beasts and the Tree Spirit, like, they're pretty crazy. Belfry, these are better than Belfry Gargoyles by far. No competition. I mean, they don't have fire to breathe, but, like, dude, they're better. They look a little funny, I'll be honest. Like, their anatomy is a bit different, but, like, if it wasn't, they probably wouldn't be as scary. They wouldn't be able to do all this crazy stuff. The fake out. Oh my god. Gargoyle Greatsword. I think I already had one of those. Oh, I have the Black Blade, and now I have the Gargoyle Greatsword. And the Gargoyle Twin Blade. Ooh, that's actually my first Twin Blade other than the Apostle one. But this one's like even though. It looks the same. It's like symmetrical, right? That's like the original Twin Blade. Oh, that's so cool.
Thank you for your entertaining and calming.
See scaling and strength with the Twin Blade.
Good work.
I might have to use this. That's really cool, man. Yeah, I could power stance the Gargoyle Greatsword or something like that. I wonder what this one's weapon art is. Oh, it has the same kind of weapon art as my vacuum slice. It's like an air cutter sort of effect, similar to the Blasphemy Blade. Eastar, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate it. Want a mod to see the stagger bar? You can kind of keep a count in your head, but I think that, like, for a first time through, that would be a really big advantage that would kind of make the game like so much easier. It might not be as fun to like figure out how it works, because as long as you can kind of pay attention to how you are staggering them, what attacks you're doing, and then have a rough estimate of the time, you literally can repeat it, right? So where am I on the map? I am underneath this part of the map in the aqueduct of Siofra. Are the staggering attacks different for different bosses? Every boss has a different value for the stagger, yeah. I mean, some of them might be similar, but for example, like I might not be able to stagger that guy as easily as I could, like the Stone Digger Troll, for example. This is my first playthrough? It is, yeah. How many runes do we have? Not enough. Not enough to level up. Rest in coffin. Not this again. Neato. Tony, how's it going, man? How are you doing? Are you Tony? I have a question for you. Are you going to be doing the 1,000 new game pluses on this game? Are you going to be doing 1,000 playthroughs? Or are you going to be doing some other stuff this time? I'm very curious. Because this game would be the game to replay. Like for me, I probably will go to New Game Plus 7 on this at some point. Like I'm going to keep this character. As long as it doesn't affect the PvP, I'll probably keep him at level 150 or whatever the PvP level is. But I think this would be the game where I do want to go to the max new game on it. Maybe just rerun the main content over and over. Go into the frozen outskirts. Imagine we actually end up in Dark Souls 2. You get plus 7 the max on this? I have no idea. You worried more about gender change or ponies in the snow? I have no idea, dude. I just want my antlers to be okay. They didn't look like they fit in the box too well. They gotta package me gently. My headgear is very delicate, so it's an ancestral artifact. So, where was the coffin? It was. Oh, now we're over here. Well, that's wild. Okay. We were in the Siofra Great Waterfall Basin, and then we just went after the gargoyle fight into the waterfall. The antlers came with earrings. They do have like little things hanging off them too. It's like a Christmas tree. This is the best Souls game. This is just the best game overall, in my opinion. It's the best game they've made, and my favorite game. Oh, we got a tree avatar. So someone was telling me fire is pretty good against these guys, so I guess we'll see after I get pancaked a little bit. Staff of the Avatar, nice. Does that mean I get to turn blue now? Unique skill, Erdtree Slam. Jump high into the air, crash down the ground. Resulting pratfall sends golden shockwaves in all directions. This is the most powerful of all the ground slam skills. What? And we have the stats for it too. There's another weapon we can use. Dude, that looks so good, cool too. Oh my god. That is really awesome. This is definitely a must. I gotta use this. I'm a big fan of great hammers too. It's just a colossal weapon, doesn't even say hammer or anything. I gotta use this. So we're gonna level that up for sure. We got a lot of really cool big weapons. Apparently the Giza wheel counts as colossal too. You gonna do Sanic runs on this game? You mean like speed runs or just like the modded run with the double speed? Do you eat your bananas with ketchup or mayonnaise? The rest of your playthrough depends on this answer. Definitely with a bit of both, while also reciting the alphabet backwards and not breathing. It's my favorite way to do it. The red one looks funny, kind of like Smo's hammer with a firefighter paint job. Looks funny, but then look at this. I gotta keep showing you guys this to remind you how cool this is. Oh wait, that wasn't even it. There we go. Needs to go on a cruise. Water, no problem. This all-terrain hammer is great at handling all types of trips. Pack the family up inside your backpack and go for a ride. Off-roading, on-roading, any condition, any time of the year. Yeah, even doubles as a vacuum. There you go. With all the Elden Ring content out, have you been able to stay away from spoilers? Oh yeah, I've been doing really good with that. So I have the algorithm on my main account for YouTube doesn't really recommend a lot of gaming stuff, and if it does, typically it's not channels that cover Elden Ring as much as maybe some people that have been actually watching the videos. And then I've only seen Faraz do Radahn with the dagger after I'd beaten him on his first playthrough, and I watched him do the tree spirit after I had gotten that too, because I wanted to see how he did it. I've seen McSwoozy start the game. I've seen Hemptet start the game. I've seen VSwed do a dungeon that was the same as one I was at way back when I hosted him. And I think I saw a little bit of Thunderceptor doing the Liurnia, like the lake that we'd already gone through on his like day 4 playthrough. So I mean, all the stuff I've seen is before where I am, or just a different way to do something I already did that isn't really showing me much. And then in terms of like the thumbnails of streams, I just don't look at the center of the screen. I immediately go to my dashboard every time that I open the main page. And I have a backup account for YouTube just in case I start seeing thumbnails I don't like. So it's mainly just names of things that people have told me. But at this point, I've seen mostly every single name in the game from some character recommending me to go there and find that enemy. So it's been definitely better than some things have been in the past. There's a lot of backseating though. There's definitely people that like to like be like, oh, do this, do that, because they want to be helpful, or they can't stand to see people actually take time and figure things out. So it's quite a trip. You've seen a couple seconds of some late game bosses, but you have no context. Yeah, the worst spoiler I've gotten that isn't even really too bad. My buddy that was watching a bunch of content on the game told me about some enemy, and he started talking about it, and I told him to stop talking, and the only things I heard were tentacles and stars. And I was like, that's enough. Like, don't tell me what it's like. He said he didn't even know the name. He's just like, he just saw some guy stuck on a thing with tentacles for like 6 hours or something like that. And he wanted to see me do it. But I don't think he realized how like important it is for me to not know that stuff. But he's enjoying the game, but he is okay with like watching content on it and stuff. I'm not so much the same until I've beaten everything I can find. Unless, of course, I know for a fact the person's doing stuff that I've already done. Some big ants. These are crazy, yeah. I guess, again, if you have some sort of phobia of bugs, you probably don't want to play this part. Because I know some people in Bloodborne, they were kind of scared of spiders, so the big spiders in Mensis were creepy. Or DS2 even. Or Freya. Don't get antsy. Oh, man. You know you can find Sellsword Twin Blades in Limgrave. I did not know about that. Nature would be pretty fucked up if insects were just bigger. That's the thing that's crazy too, because like ants, they have exoskeletons that are pretty strong. They can lift 50 times their weight, and they can take a fall in terms of like how far they fall from. They can survive way greater heights than humans can without dying. So if they were even to scale of us, like it would be pretty dangerous. But it depends on what their intentions would be, because they're very intelligent, but they have a different type of objective. So just them being bigger alone would be really crazy. And then add even more intelligence. I don't even know what to say about that. I think that they would be pretty powerful. Giant centipedes. You know, okay, I would be okay with giant centipedes if you could be friends with them and they'd give you a ride somewhere, because that'd be very funny. That'd be good transportation, and it'd be a little bit more exciting than like a train or something, you know. Hopping on the
world
millipede.
might be mended.
Yeah, that'd be cool. How many great runes do you have? I have 5 at the moment. 1, 2, 3, and then I have these 2, 4, 5. Eliscosis, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Do people's phobias transfer to games? You have arachnophobia, but you don't mind seeing spiders. I know some people where their arachnophobia did bother them playing those games I was mentioning. The only reason I was suggesting that is because they told me it was kind of hard to get through that part of the game for them. I know Ghost apparently, like, goes on Ghosts, hates spiders, but runs Bloodborne quite a bit, so I think that was like a little bit of an adjustment for them. Just fascinating. I love insects. I think they're really cool. Like practically aliens. Sup, Anthony? How you doing, bro? He's talking to me. Have you seen A Bug's Life? I've watched that movie probably 10 times, man. That is an awesome movie. Rolling, it's going pretty good. How are you doing? Oh my god. Ooh. I bet you fire's pretty good for that. I didn't mean to do that. But that was okay, though. They're really fast, man. They're faster than me. That's not good. What ants were there? I didn't see anybody. I don't remember. I forgot. Have I seen the Ants movie? I have seen the Ants movie as well. Elden Stars. 50 faith. Okay, so we're going to eventually have to use this if we get enough levels. Creates a stream of golden shooting stars that assail the area. I bet you that's really strong. That might be the craziest incantation we've found in general. Next to maybe the Flame of the Fell God. That's pretty OP sounding. Except it's faith. Yeah, so I am using faith for my character. I just need to get 19 more levels for it. Fort Knox, it is, yeah. I do have a little bit more dexterity, so if I respec and I want to keep it this way, I'll probably add some of the dex back into faith and then stop using the weapons to scale with dex more. Because I like a lot of the strength weapons a lot more now, but it's really hard to kind of get away from the Bloodhound thing. That weapon is kind of a combination. It's just a little bit more dominant in dexterity, so I might be able to still use it, just not at the same level of damage. I might try to keep the dexterity at 17 or 16, whatever the requirement is for it. Put all the extra levels into faith, then level a little bit more into it. Jumping off required ahead. The weapon is so good. It's amazing, man. I love it. You want to try to start Elden Ring? I want to try Elden Starts. Oh, Stars. Sorry, my bad. I can't read. Well, there was a typo still, but I can't read your typo, and then I also had to point that out. Elden Stars looks pretty good, yeah. I wonder what that does. I wonder if it's kind of like Call Beyond from Bloodborne. It looks like it would be something similar to that. So we're underneath the capital right now. Has the underground map updated? It's still blank. We just checked it a second ago. Do I want to keep going over there before we continue? Yeah, we have no idea. We have no reference of where we're actually heading here. We're just trying to see what's going on. Came out of the cave there. Came from that general area. I don't know if I'm missing an item or something up, but this definitely is the way to continue. There's more stuff over here. At least that's my guess. I should say that's my guess. You find the seal for the grand lifts. I did find the seal, yeah. You mean the Dectus medallion, or are you talking about a different, like the rolled lift? The rolled one I haven't made it to yet. I was given the item from Melina, but I didn't actually find the lift yet. How'd you get down here? It's under the map where Mistwood is. You go into Siofra, and then you do the quest line for Ronnie, extend it to get to the part above Siofra. So you have to get an event to happen where you can go through the underground in the middle of this like rock formation in Limgrave, and then it brings you above where you would normally be under Mistwood. It's like the second layer of this area, and then you just keep progressing through there, and you make it here. Moonlight or Night and Flame, which is more OP? I have not found the Night and Flame thing. People keep asking me about that, though. And by Moonlight, do you mean the Moonlight Greysword? Or something else? Crazy how big this game is. Oh, dude, honestly, I keep trying to make predictions on it, but it's just not enough. Like, it doesn't... I don't think I'll ever be right until we're done the game. Because like, someone told me there's an amount of underground places that's pretty extensive as well, and I thought that, oh, maybe there's only a few, but then this shows that of course there could be a lot more. There was 2 layers to this one. Just that alone is fine with me, but then there's even more than that, and then there's all this gray area that's even bigger than all the map I've already found on the surface since the beginning. So like, I don't even know like percentage wise what that means. That it would be, like, if you're thinking of covering the map, that's like still less than half the map that I found, and we've been playing for 60 plus hours. That's a wild playthrough. And the character is fairly strong now, too, so I'm not even getting held up on boss fights that long. So considering that, imagine if I was, like, playing pretty bad, or the build was bad. That would be even more gameplay. So this is actually, like, fairly progressive gameplay. And I did ask for a hint for the Fallen Star thing, too, so that actually is decent. It's not too bad. I don't understand what a guy told me by mid-ratio. Mid-ratio? Is that like an equip load thing? Like medium rolling? What base character am I? I picked the Vagabond to start off with, the very first one on the list. Oh, I see the 2-finger lady. Look at this. She's like, She's like, I didn't know the game was so good. I wish I could play it, but I'm inside of it. Mid is zoomer for average. Oh, okay.
Godwin, such cruelty, such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die. As a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
I wonder how she can travel so quickly, because she's been like all over the map, dude. I want to figure out how that's working.
Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. A sire! How...
Good old Godwin. Pyrex, how's it going, dude? Welcome back to this is day 12. 60-hour plus playthrough now. What do you think about the opening cutscene? I love it, dude. It's my favorite one out of any of the games they made, because I've always thought the Demon Souls opening cutscene was really unique since it had concept art, and it delivered the story a little bit better, I feel, than Dark Souls ever did. Especially more than the second one. The second one was just weird. I mean, they made it super cinematic, but like the value of the content of the story was just really hard to grasp, especially when you translate it into the gameplay. So this one it works really well. Gives you a very good head start on knowing what your objective is. And it's still cryptic enough where you do explore the story and you investigate, but it's not as much of a puzzle. It's kind of, you know, like you really feel like the writing that they did for it has improved. I think so far, not knowing specifically what aspects of the character writing or the story that George R.R. Martin worked on was, knowing that he did work on it, still you can see it reflecting a little bit more than just the original writing they were doing for the other games. What was the racing game you were talking about the other day? It's probably either GT7 or WRC9. Those are the two that are my favorite right now. Well, GT7 is definitely a lot better, but those are the two that I played the most, I think, in recent years. Those series. The narrator really made the cutscene what it is. The dude went hard. Yeah, no, it's really good voice acting for a lot of the NPCs. Some of them are just on a whole nother level, though. Like, you can tell. Wonder if the basilisks still have their regular eyeballs, or if they decided to change it finally. They might have removed the. Oh no, I can see like little eyeball. Yeah, their eyeballs are still very tiny. They're very hard to see. GT7 worth 100%. I would, if you're actually trying to get into GT again and you haven't played since maybe like 5 or 6, I would skip Sport and just buy GT7. For the value, it's the best one on any kind of level I can compare it to. Should probably touch the Grace site here. It's got a lot of the features of the old ones, but it has the same level of refinement as Sport, and it's basically, I think it still keeps a lot of the competitive aspects, because I know Sport was mainly for esports and just the multiplayer and, you know, preview for the next thing they were doing, but they didn't compromise anything from that. And next gen wise, it's unbelievably high quality. Like, I can't stress it enough. I mean, I have Forza Horizon, not a big fan at all. Haven't been a fan of Forza since they did the open world stuff. Like, more of the track-based stuff was more my favorite. So 1 and 2, I think. Don't know if I played 3 or not. It could have been up to 3 or 4 that it was still like that, but 1 and 2 were really good for the Forzas for me. But yeah, GT7's wild, man. So Gargoyle just sitting in the swamp here.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Weapon variety is insane in this game. They actually made it worth the variety too.
Haven't been able to game on PC in so many years. About to start a whole new era. Let's fucking go.
I feel like they went a lot less of the reskin route, or at least it feels like the weapon classes don't suffer the same consequence of reskinning like the other games because of the Ashes of War and the customization with scaling and everything. And then also having power stancing and that in the same game is a really good call. Oh, he's getting destroyed by some other magic over there. What are we doing? Did he just die immediately once he got off his horse? Think they made special weapons more viable, easy to upgrade, and better overall. That is also something I've noticed. I really like the way that they did the Sombering Stones. Much better than Twinkling Titanite and Demon Titanite. Didn't know Gran Turismo came out. It was on March 4th, I believe. Nate, thank you so much for the 7 months, dude, and for the Prime sub. Your GPU comes in tomorrow. Haven't been able to play games on PC in so many years. About to start a whole new era. What GPU did you get? I'm excited for you, man. Congrats. Cloud, you just finished your Dark Souls 2 Scholar all boss playthrough. Now finally on to Elden Ring. I hope you enjoy it, man. That's gonna, you know what? That's gonna be such a crazy comparison back to back, because you're basically playing the biggest game they made before this one, and then you can kind of see how much even larger this game is, but the quality of it's just wild. So it's gonna be a really cool comparison. I kind of wish I had done a DS2 all boss run before this. I was going to, and then we ended up doing the blindfolded run instead, finishing that up. So yeah, that is like their most previous largest game, I think. You got a GTX 1660 Super. Nice, dude. I hope it actually helps you quite a bit with everything. The GTX and the RTX series are really good. Like, I think the NVIDIA encoder for streaming, too, it's helped a lot of people. Show the stats. There you go. I think I'm in a level anyways, so. Being able to edit the weapon art was such a great move. It's really cool, man. And then they went beyond that to do the scaling, too. How many unique bosses are in the game? You've heard there's a lot of reused ones. There is unique. I'm gonna take a guess and say at least like 70 plus or something like that. But
let strength be granted, so the world might be
I don't know.
mended. So the world might be mended.
Uranus, thank you for the 35 months. Welcome back, dude. How did you get to where you are? I went to the Sealfur Riverbank, completed all the stuff over there, did the quest line with E.G. Blade, Celavis, and Ronnie. Progressed the quest line with the festival for the general, killed the general, went to where the star fell in Limgrave, where Blade told me to go, went underground, and then ended up above where the Sealfur River is that we had just did, and then now we ended up over here from progressing that area. How good is the faith scaling on this weapon? Right now it's a C scaling in faith, so it scales better in faith than the other stats. You have a 1660 Super, you're playing this on medium without any problems. That's really good. I was talking to someone yesterday from the community. They were saying they were playing on a, I think it was one of the not the Ryzen, the one of the AMD. I think it was like the 570 series or something like that, and they were saying they had no problems too. Because there's not a lot of people that give feedback on the AMD cards. I haven't had one since probably the last like 3 years now or something like that. I had a R9 790, I believe. That was like super dated. What sword is that? Giving you fair and great sword vibes. This is the Blasphemous Blade. You have to kill Ricard and then transpose his remembrance into this, or you can get this crazy spell as well. You can summon Torrent in this area. That is good to know. Oh yeah, I guess you could for like all these places, right? That is good to know. What's over there? Oh, there's another one of these things too. Let's go get that. Smithing stone 7, nice. See, this time he didn't die immediately when he fell off his horse. Is that spell viable for PvE? Which spell are we talking about? Your AMD 5500 XT really struggled to run the game, so you switched it out and got it for console instead. That sucks to hear, man. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, the console version's crazy, man. It runs this better than my PC does, and I have a 2080 RTX. So... it's like slightly better than that, and that's pretty impressive because that's not that old of a card, right? Are we still even supposed to hit the legs on this one, or are we supposed to maybe just jump from the spear spray? Wonder if this one is like one you can literally just climb. I bet you can. Look at that. Yeah, you could probably just get up there. Gotten the talisman that reduces FP cost for weapon arts. I might have. I can check after this. Used the horse for any bosses yet? I'd have for some of the dragon ones. And then I used it a bit for Redan in between. Like on and off. Let me inside. No. Dead. Dead. Oh man. You're doing a brand new build or just new parts? Well, I fixed my problems, man. I can do 1080 now on this computer, so I mean, I'm not sure actually at this point. I don't really like, the main idea was to be able to upgrade the quality without downscaling, and I've downscaled without any problems at all, which is kind of weird because I was actually doing DS3 before and it wouldn't let me do that, even with more aggressive settings for performance. So it could be a Windows update related thing. It could have been something with OBS. It could have been something to do with me changing out other components in the computer in the meantime, because when I did originally do that, I did have some different parts, but they weren't performance related. It was just like, you know, my power supply, my OS was on an HDD that was like an old connection, and then I went from like that, skipped SATA all the way to like just an M2 motherboard SSD. So I mean, it's very unlikely it had something to do with that, but there was something that happened that changed that let me not get encoding overloads. So because I did so much research originally, and there's a lot of people saying that they had no problem with it. Even people were telling me with the 10 series cards that they were able to do 1080. So I was like, How's it even possible? And then I noticed too with the new version of the NVIDIA encoder, it wouldn't even work. Like I couldn't even do 720 with it. So I had to actually use the old one. The old one was way better. And now the new one and the old one work. And there's no problems regardless. So I don't know. It could just be weird computer stuff. So I don't know if there's a reason to necessarily like rush on that right now. There's nothing else I can really gain in terms of quality. I mean, we can still do 4K downscaled to 1080, but it won't be different because the bit rate is still 6,000. And that's the maximum, right? So for me playing something, I can play it in higher quality, but I already like the way it looks as is, right? Like I've always had no problem with that. So I don't even know if it's actually even worth doing right now. It's hard to say. Could you open the map? You want to mention a boss, but you don't know if you've done it or not. Let me see. Is there a map so far? Moving SSD feels huge the first time you do it. Moving to SSD? Yeah, I skipped the SATA SSD, went right to the motherboard one. Like the PCIe one, so. Killed Rudan earlier today, yet you feel centuries behind everybody else. I mean, there's going to be people just buying the game today. Every single day that goes by, someone's going to be starting a playthrough. Every hour, someone's probably starting a playthrough, so. You're not behind everybody. You're actually, if you look at it this way, you're ahead of majority of the people that are yet to buy the game in the next part of the year. So the people that got it right away, there's a high chance they've beaten it, but who knows, man? Depends on how much time you're putting into it, how quickly you want to, just jump to where the grace sites point you versus just going and exploring. So pretty sure you done it. You found the Sif boss. You mean the orange dog that has the magic? Mr. Calling in radio. To be honest, dude, radio would not be a great job compared to this. No offense. I know people that do it. You have to have a communications degree as well. It's nothing I would ever aspire to do. If I had to do it, I would do it, but I wouldn't dream to do it though. Wouldn't be a job that I'd like. Too much template-based work. Scripts, not a lot of interesting topics. Like nowadays, if you're actually really creative and you could do the business side of things, it's actually just better to do a podcast because then you have a radio station essentially. Could be more popular even in some cases, and you actually get more revenue. The margins are better, and you have infinite creativity to actually scale into other things from that if it actually goes well. So there's actually really no point unless you just have passion for being on actual NPR like that. And I totally respect that, but I have no business being on NPR. I have no reason to.
So the world might be mended.
I'm sure there's so many people that could do it, but
Wow.
like they'd have to again put the education in practice. It would be a higher chance if you sounded pretty good too, but those things all have to be in place. So never had any kind of passion for any of that, to be honest. But I do appreciate you saying that though. It means a lot. Also, Dimon, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. I'm gonna actually take a really quick break because we've been going for almost 3 hours. I appreciate you guys watching. And actually, wait, can I stay in this gesture? Let me see. Will it work? I want to do a cool gesture here. I wonder if it'll just stay like that. I guess it will. Nice. So yeah, I'm going to be back in 5 to 10 minutes. And we will continue and see how far we can get beyond this place. I'm very interested because we're definitely progressing through a lot of the underground of the map now. But here's the Twitter to know when I go live. Here's the YouTube. If you want to watch more Elden Ring videos, there's a playlist that is Elden Ring related. There's tons of other playlists for other Souls content. And yeah, you can find a bunch of stuff on there. There's the Instagram as well. You can pause the game. Apparently, my friend was telling me if you go into the help menu in system settings, you can pause the game, yeah. Also, Huntress, I think it's really good. It's my favorite game right now. Also, Nazareth, I appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be doing another podcast episode. I'll record one probably tomorrow again, and then once I'm done beating the game. And from there, then we'll see if it's worth doing more of them, if you guys like them. But I'm glad you enjoyed that one. And I will be right back, guys. All right, guys, we're back. Potato, what's up? How's it going? Are we talking about PvP? Wait, I gotta turn down the music in the game. Thank you for being patient, everybody. Character's kind of looking sketchy with the music. It's just like tense. Oh boy, the hood is going back on. Talking about balance changes, was there an update that changed like certain gear in the game? I haven't actually been checking the patch notes or keeping updated with what they're doing. I'll probably have to reread that before I PvP though. That'd be a good idea. Okay, let's go back to where we died. Sometimes the hood's just a vibe. I actually wouldn't wear it right now. It's making me kind of warm. I can't rest my neck on the pillow properly without actually having it up or having it look like this, which feels even worse on the top of my head. So I kind of have to have it on a little bit just so it's not as bunched up. It's a big hood. Typically, I would just like to have it off, though. I swear it's not the reason that the gameplay is so good. It's not a crutch. Oh, you can go on top of this building, too. You start PvPing and see someone light themselves on fire, you just need to run away until the fire disappears. That sounds like a very questionable situation there. Stone sword key. I remember when stone sword keys were really cool to find, and now I'm like, how many do I have? Like 400? Oh, that was so bad. Dead. Maybe not. The horse is almost dead. We need to give him some raisins. Where are they? There we go. That didn't even do anything. Does his health scale with yours somehow? That's barely anything. Okay, I'm gonna put another item on here. I'm gonna put the raisins on this quick slot. Wait, how do we get to that though? Oh, I didn't want to do that. That was not okay. Oh, that's what that does. How do we switch to the raisins if they're on here? You have to just open the menu. Where are you on the map, Splon? So I am above Siafra Riverbank, and then I went through the waterfall over there in the aqueduct, and now we're in this area. It's underneath the map. It's the Nameless Eternal City. There's a weapon called the Eclipse Shotel that can enchant itself with Deathblight, which is literally just curse, and then can use fire to inflict effect on you without hitting you. That's crazy. They might have to balance that out a little bit. That sounds a little bit broken. It's a bug. I'm sure there's so many things that are going to be fixed with this, though, because I remember when the first Dark Souls came out, tons of magic that was way too strong, and then they made the DLC. A lot of that stuff got fixed, too. It was way too strong. People would just use Dark Bead, Affinity, and Tin Crystallization Catalyst, and you're done. No point of even having a weapon, just you're done. Have bad latency, you're done even more. No chance to even catch up. Have you seen Beaten Millennia? No, I've seen a picture of her in a castle, but I haven't actually found her yet. I was looking for her. Did we not pick up the thing on the... Dude, it's still on the branch. Ah. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back up. I think we did level, though. I don't know if we were actually at a loss with the runes. And also, these things respawn, too. You haven't been here yet? Yeah, this is pretty hidden. I wouldn't say this is a mandatory place you have to go to. It feels pretty optional. It's really cool, though. It's really, really cool. I've liked this entire underground excursion. The big ants are pretty cool, too. I think that's one of my favorite enemies for the design so far. There's just too much stuff, though. I mean, like... I hope they release an art book for this with every single design they've ever made in the entire game. And if that's already a thing, I'm going to have to actually order it and then read through it after we beat it. Wouldn't mind doing some art based on the game too. It'd be cool. Gotta get better at painting characters. Oh my god. Oh, so it still falls over. Okay. Is it the best Souls game? I think it's just the best game, period, man. For me. I'm a huge fan of this kind of genre, so for me it's my favorite. How did you get here? Siafra Riverbank. You go to the aqueduct above it. So you have to basically do the festival and then progress the Rani questline. Blade tells you that there is a where the first fallen star landed in Limgrave. You have to go to that site. You'll see a bunch of rocks floating around. You go into the underground there, and then you end up above where the Siafra Riverbank is in the aqueduct area. And then you have to go fight some gargoyles, go to a waterfall, jump in a coffin, and then it takes you into a tunnel system that you come out into this area, which again is the Nameless Eternal City. So yeah, we were gonna actually just have this open for later. This is the second one of the walking building dudes that I found where you can duplicate the remembrance. So I'm gonna go back after we've beaten everything when I'm satisfied with the playthrough as we're kind of wrapping stuff up, and then duplicate all the ones that I think are the best once I've seen all of them. So I'm gonna put a marker for this. Another little gem guy there. Okay. Then our other one is over here still. Would you want every future FromSoft game to have this formula? I don't really want anything particular before they release games. I think they should just keep doing what they feel is right, man. Because there's going to be a point where they disappoint some people, but no matter what, what works best for them is they make games they like, and then people have to accept it, but it generally works out really well. They don't fan service the hell out of anything. They don't just take requests and build a game that's what you want. It's what they think is artistically satisfying for them. And they don't compromise on their own vision. So they just keep doing that specific thing. The games they make will always have integrity. They'll always be solid, but they might just not be the genre or the concept that people want. At a certain point, they might experiment with different types of ideas. So they just got to keep making things they think are cool. That's it. A lot of developers don't do that, unfortunately. There's a lot of compromise. Think of Dead Space, guy that made it. Unfortunately, Dead Space 2 and 3 could have been better. Could have even remade that formula into another horror game, but they unfortunately silenced his creativity and took over. So you can blame EA for that. Lots of cases where there's too much compromise for you know, other people's ideals. So I think as long as FromSoft stays FromSoft, they'll keep making cool stuff. I might not be super enthused by everything. They can obviously like miss the mark for my preference once in a while. It's only normal they're going to do that at some point, but they're on a hot streak right now, man. 10 plus years, 12 years now, I guess, of good stuff. So with that being said, there's no need for me to actually expect anything or request anything. I just trust what they're doing. Oh man, this bear. That still hits even though I was strafing? What? Dude, I can't heal. Where is the heal? Is there a heal? I think it might be smart to not even try to heal now. This thing is really quick for a bear, in my opinion. Nice. Okay. Did I duplicate records, or did you only found 2 of these? I found 3, but I didn't go to the 3rd one originally because I couldn't reach it at the time. I just saw it in the distance. But yeah, I found 3 of the buildings for the duplication, and then 2 are activated right now. I didn't duplicate records. I didn't really want the spell just because I don't have an int build. I'm not using intelligence on this one. How close to the end do you think you are? You just finished 101 hours, level 148. By far the best game ever. I've been told I'm about halfway so far on this one. But in terms of all content, probably less. Main content, probably halfway. And I mean, like, the amount of map that is now available to see or uncover on the surface is bigger than everything we've already found up to this point on the surface, and then we still have a lot of underground stuff apparently. So map-wise, not even, probably like 40% or something like that. Or even less if we count underground. Just depends on how much of that actual map space is dense, right? Because there's some areas that are a little bit more loose, like the Liurnia Lake is not really super dense, at least from what I saw. Like the Gelmir area, which is like a very dungeony area. Orphan, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Rune bears are ridiculous, to be honest. That is a very hard fight. Yeah. How many times you said out loud, I can't believe how big this game is. Yeah, me too, dude. I try to guess how big it is, and then it always doubles more than I thought it was, and then that doubles, and then that doubles. And then even the amount of boss fights, it was first someone said 70, then 80, then 120, then 150, then 210 or something. So I don't even know, even if it's not even over 200, it's like I would have taken 60. Like that would have been fine. I would have taken 40 uniques, 20 duplicates, 60. That's easy for like a big game that has potential for DLC. Like there's no point of even being upset about that. So I think on average, like if I had to like just have unrealistic expectations, they'd still be exceeded by double, like at least. So I'm just glad I didn't really have any expectations. And some of the base enemies, like even this dude, it's pretty high quality. Like it's actually pretty challenging compared to even some major events in the previous games. Hefty beast bone, beast blood, and flesh. Rune bears are harder than Dark Souls 3. Definitely harder than a lot of enemies in Dark Souls 3, yes. It's a cool sword. It is really cool, yeah. Curious how much George R. R. Martin had influence in this. He has an interview where he says he did the character writing, and then they would kind of just bounce concepts off each other, and he just worked with Miyazaki, so they didn't really necessarily say which specific parts of the game, not to spoil anything, but before it came out, there was an interview with him that you can watch. You could probably just search it up, but my guess is that he did quite a lot of work on the framework of the story and how it would tie into itself, because the consistency in the the congruence of all the elements of the story point towards a lot of the major events more than separate storylines that happened before you were there outside of the conflict. So I feel like everything kind of centers back in on the conflict a lot more than it feels like the other games did. So like you'll talk to an NPC and they'll also know about something that someone else did. That's not like their own separate line of story about like, you know, some sort of species or civilization that you just can't even access anymore. Even though there's still elements of that, but just not as much. It's a lot more cohesive. They were fans of each other's work and became good friends in working on the game. That's amazing, dude. The world building in early stages of development. I could totally see that for sure. Your armor set reminds me of Nature Prophet Dota 2 hero set. I've never played Dota, but is it the antlers though? Because the antlers are definitely cool. I think that was a good choice. You still have to go up over here. Is there a death counter? I don't have a death counter on this, no. Which sword? It's the Blasphemous Blade. Limgrave alone has 30 hours of content, which is just insane for one area. Yeah, it's funny because I remember when I had only found Caelid and Limgrave, mainly. I thought the map would only be like double the size of that, maybe triple the size of that, and that would be enough. But then it's like, no, it's probably like 10 times bigger than that, like, or more. At least. It's just funny trying to guess. That's just very humorous. But that was also before even knowing you could go under the map too. Oh, great. We got a rune. We got the 8 rune. How would Martin know about Miyazaki or his work? Probably has heard of the game before that he's made, or many of the games. I'd say he's relatively famous if you look at games. He also just got the game he made got a Game of the Year award, so it'd be very hard to not have seen that if you pay attention to those things. It's like saying, like, how does somebody that does one type of skill set, like, or could take someone that does music, how do they know about an artist? It's like, maybe they like art. You know, like maybe they like painters, maybe they like people that do, maybe they know pro athletes of certain sports, maybe they watch tennis. Maybe how would they know about that? Well, maybe they just have heard of it before. Maybe they read stuff. I don't know. It's not that hard to find, right? I think as soon as you get Game of the Year, your studio becomes more AAA. You've expanded to a point, you know, just previous to like how big they are now, it's not as hard to find that information. But yeah, if they had just made Demon Souls, like when they were trying to get it published and like they had a struggle even getting it released, that would have been a harder time to know about it, because that wouldn't have been mass consumed as much. But yeah, he might actually have also played the games too. Maybe he likes games, who knows. Pretty sure Martin plays games. Thank you for sharing the link with Keeps. You ordered yours today. You're excited to see if it works. MCL. Dude, that's awesome. I'll talk a bit about them at the end of the stream again. That's really cool that you actually, it was useful for you. For me, I guess I'll also speak again about my personal experience. I know at some point I'm going to have to consider that stuff. And I knew that there's people in the community that have shared information about that before. We make jokes about it. Tons of friends and people I know, family, that probably could find it useful if they think it's right for them to take that stuff. But there's a lot of people that can also recommend if it's right for you, and they have a lot of specialists on 24/7 support. So it's not just like you have to wing it and then be like, oh, is this going to be good for me or whatever, or what are the likelihoods of everything. So I think they got all the stuff dialed in that they do. So I did heavily consider it before I took the sponsor from them. But I personally would be participating as well. I just don't think I'm at the point yet where it makes sense, because a lot of doctors will say you have to lose a certain amount of hair first before it actually is useful. Even for like preventative loss and not so much restoration, but they don't want you to do it too early. I've researched that a ton. So, but yeah, we'll talk about that after. Where to get that headpiece? This one, I think I got it in this area. I wish I could tell you specifically what from. I think I killed either the boss that has the antlers. I might have gotten it from the shaman. Oh, you know what? Wait, was it in the area right before this here? Okay, I'm going to point out on the map where I was. Then maybe you can find it from there. So I was over here. So I went from this point right here and then went along here, came off onto this path. I lit up all the obelisks. I did the boss that was in this little section. And then from there, I got some other stuff. So it might have been, I know it wasn't, I don't think it was in this building. That was where we got the head that does all the magic and everything, but it might have been in this area or before it. Could have been in Nokron as well. Random drop from shamans and Nokron. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's so hard to remember where everything comes from in this game. Didn't expect group. What is this? Horns, they say, strengthens the infant head. So if I have this on it, it actually makes, it makes the ancestral infant head better, which we actually have equipped, I believe. Or no, we were going to replace it with this thing. My bad. It's an A in intelligence scaling. That's the only issue. This one's a B in faith as well. The Regal Omen Barn. Or Baron. Ever felt like a can of green beans in life as a salmon? I felt exactly like blue paint on a sunny day when Clifford the big red dog says, "Would you like a popsicle?" But I just don't even have enough shoelaces to tie it up, so there's no point of even going to the broccoli patch, right? Definitely felt like that. You found your wall? Legit thinking you can't beat this boss. I'm very curious of which one it is, but I don't want to know unless I find it. So if I find it, you can tell me. That guy's doing some sort of gesture. He probably just beat something big over here. I see scales. That's weird. Oh, maybe there's not even a thing over here. Oh, never mind. Thea's champion. Shouldn't have unblocked. Filthy coward. Oh, is that the Adjudicator shield? That has the tree on it. That looks like the Adjudicator shield. That's pretty cool. Ooh, that was a bad call on Thea's champion. Ooh. Yoink. Gotcha. Don't fall for the crouch attack. Oh. Crouch only run coming up. Metal Gear Souls.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Ooh, that was a really cool jump that he did. I like it. They killed the Mimic Tier. No. I didn't think that was going to happen. Oh, again, the jumps are so good on these guys. What? Oh, he's got the Bloodhound Fang. Oh, I got to watch out, man. He's playing dirty. Spooky. Okay, I think we can do this. I just need to be careful here. That one, he's got a lot of health. We need the Bloodhound Fang guy to die first. Or this dude over here that's got the spear. Okay, he's gone. Nice. No, dude, that's not good, dude. That's not good. A lot of damage there. Let's go for a little jog right here. Biff Taz, thank you so much for the 6 months. Welcome back, dude. Giving up on this one? You're going to try some other day? 5 hours with minimal progress on the boss? How many hours are you into the game at the moment, man? Because you were saying you were just kind of close to where I was, right? Or a little bit ahead of me. This guy's helmet's a 10 out of 10. Kind of looks like the Big Hat Logan helmet.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Fia's Mist. What does that do? Is it a sorcery? Yep. Release a mist of death before caster. Creates a deathly mist before the caster, which inflicts death blight upon those who enter. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. Charging enhances range of the mist. This sorcery was developed to oppose round table hold and is effective against the tarnished only. The Talisman cheese. Oh yeah, I could have been running and doing that too. I forgot. Give me more HP. Wonder how fast I can push the button. Double tap. We're speed healing, guys. 3 times faster. I made that video saying double the health. 3 times faster. Over 9,000. There we go. They got to make the A button bigger so I can do that easier. You gotta have small fingers. Didn't know you could do that. Yeah, I made like a little clip because someone was reminding me that that's actually made it into this game, and this item is the one you do it with. So we made a little clip for it, but apparently you can go even quicker with it. There actually is no time delay. Like there's no buffer. So as fast as you can push the button is as fast as you can heal it. It isn't even just double. It's probably a triple or quadruple. And I wonder if you can actually alternate with the button on the keyboard controls and the controller and just double tap it. Be pretty cool. Oh, I didn't go to the site of grace. Ooh. Do they have that for FP as well? I'm not sure. I guess anything that passively regens would do that. We're in Landell now. Uh-oh. But where, though? I think we've already been here, haven't we? Yeah, we have been here. Well played. Thank you, 95. That was an interesting boss fight. Is that the one that was where we were trying to go? Deep Root Depths? I think this is where we want to be. Yeah, this is basically right outside the thing. Okay, so there's not really like a difference here. It's literally right beside it. Do you remember who Fia is? I couldn't remember who Fia is, no. I remember the Rogier, or whatever his name is. Rogier. Just keeps work on facial hair. Does anybody know you have a pretty patchy beard you want to fix? That's actually hilarious that you asked that. Rolling, I did research on that before, not specifically with their systems, but just like if those treatments can be attributed to facial hair too. And there was people that reported saying it does, but not recommending that anybody does it just because they don't know how it's going to react to other people. I don't think typically it would be used the same way, but it like you wouldn't use it any of the systems they have and then reap the benefits of that unless you somehow could apply those effects to that region. So there was people that I remember researching saying that you could do that, but they're like, yeah, like you might not want to though. I wouldn't screw around with anything, any kind of product on your face that's supposed to go on your head just because it's different skin, personally. So I don't know, but you could research it and see. They don't claim anything to do with that, so I wouldn't even try it. But that's just me. I don't know. Paulie, thank you very much for the 50 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. What's the name of the sword? It's Blasphemous Sword. Teasor, what's up? Dude, I haven't seen you forever. How's everything going, man? Are you playing this game, by the way? I miss you, dude. I'll make everybody pretend they miss you that don't even know you. I'll be like, yo, do you remember Teasor? They'll be like, no. And I'll just squeeze your shoulder. I'll be like, do you remember Teasor? I feel like you remember Teasor, man. Don't be rude. Say, oh yeah, I remember Teasor. He's that. Oh yeah, he's a really good friend. I remember him. Yeah. You'd come back looking like Deadpool. You'd know why. Yeah, I would definitely. Okay, if you were going to do that, I would talk to your doctor about that first, or I'd talk to somebody. And even if they say no, talk to a bunch of different people that are specialists, get all the advice, and then find a middle ground between the advice before even considering it. And also do research online too with people that have actually tried it, see what their experience is, because I don't know anything about that at all. I just know a little bit about the systems that Keeps offers because I have researched that stuff before in the past. I just find, you know, genetics, hormones, aging, all that stuff very interesting. So I always just like to read about those things when I can. But their systems definitely work for head hair. You're addicted to Lost Ark. Okay, I see, man. If you have a chance to play this, you definitely need to. Doing much better now. I'm glad you're doing good. Hey, dude, I haven't seen you forever, man. Nikkei, what's up? You got Elden Ring on Friday? And what do you think so far? Started it, you're going with a faith build. That's kind of what I'm doing too. I'm doing faith and strength. I am concerned that we have nothing else to do here. Also, we haven't filled in the map either. Nice horns, Abelex. Thanks, man. I love the antlers. Maybe we just have to go over here. Can't tell if this Spirit Spring's for this building or if it's for the cliff. Definitely not for that. Where am I, Guillermo? I'm under the map. You have to go to where the star fell in Limgrave after doing the Ronnie quest line, where Blade tells you to go. I think you can do it if you talk to Selin as well, but I did it with progressing the festival in Caelid. Did the festival boss, did the Star Scourge Redan, and then he is in the area after you kill him saying to go to Limgrave, and then you go there and you go underground, and it brings you above where the other underground area already is if you haven't done it yet, which is below Mistwood typically. And then you do the aqueduct into the waterfall. The waterfall has a coffin. And then you come out over here. Nocron's only available after Redan dies. Okay, there we go.
The world might be mended.
How can you describe this area?
So the world might be mended.
Suspicious, man, because there's a lot of questions to be answered. Why was there stars under the ground, and why, like, where are we now? And why, when we're above the stars, is it cloudy? And I can see a roof too, so I don't know. What do you think of Redan? Honestly, Redan is very different than I imagined him. Like, I saw him in the cutscene of the opening of the game or whatever, and then the trailer, but like, he was a lot less epic than I thought he would be, just because he has no feet. And he rides the horse, and the horse looks like it can't even carry him. So it literally just looks like a cartoon or something like that. It doesn't even look like cool or anything. He has a lot of cool attacks, but I would have rather fought him when he was in his prime, I think. But they also still didn't make it like a cool type of, fight like Artorias, where he just loses his arm strength and he loses his vision. They just had to make him literally ride a horse that's like a freaking tiny little pony thing. It's being worked to death, so that's hilarious. I like the fight. I just don't think it's as cool as some of the other stuff in the game. It's kind of comical, and it's exactly the opposite of how I imagined it when people described it, and I didn't get stuck on it at all. It's probably one of the easiest things we did so far. But I was very prepared for it, though. That was the only difference, so I think that helped. But it was so much different than I thought it was going to be. The area, the arena was really cool. I like his bow. I like the whole, like, the meteors, and when he turns into the actual meteor, or like whatever, like he's kind of flies from the sky. That's really cool. That's one of the coolest attacks in the game. But I didn't really like anything else about the design, other than it was funny. That was my opinion on it. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't even rate it near the top for me, but it would be maybe like a 7 out of 10 so far, considering this game's really cool overall. I think it'll be more fun to play on runs, like the mechanics will be fun. But yeah, the design is really funny though. I think Morgott is the coolest looking and performing and I guess story character that we would, or story relevant character that we've seen so far. And then my favorite fight that's more so just like really epic would be Rykard. Like they almost pretty much tie, but Rykard is cooler in my opinion because they made something that was a massive enemy, probably the most massive enemy they've designed in any of the games, actually functional and not just purely a gimmick. So that's a huge achievement, I think. The fact that they were able to actually do that. That's kind of my stance on it. The only reason I'd put Rykard above Morgit is because of that, and it's also more of a surprise too. Like you don't actually get to, you know, fight Rykard before he turns into like the snake dude. Have I seen the end boss? I haven't seen anything other than what I played. So we are still trying to beat the game. We have 60 hours, 62. Yep, 62 at this point. Mausoleum Soldier Ashes, nice. Five Mausoleum Soldier Spirits. Put him above for the amazing voice acting, yeah. Together we will beat the game. How are you doing, dude? Darnish. How much of the capital have you gone through? Quite a lot, dude. I've done everything up to the actual Elden Throne. Over here, I killed Godric the Golden. I killed Morgott. I mean, there might be more to see somewhere else in here. I can't really see any kind of connections that go anywhere else I haven't gone to, other than maybe this building, if it is a building. Could try. I mean, there's the routes that go up to here, and then it looks like there might be, I don't know if that's a wall or a pathway over here. So my last guess in general for anything in the entire game was to go back and just go through everything there again, but I wanted to do the quest line that we were doing first and see where this goes. A lot of no-hit runners are saying this is the easiest no-hit due to all the crazy magic builds and abilities. How do you feel about this? I think they're probably correct about that. Will you do melee only run with some summons with no hits? I wouldn't use the summons unless I had to for runs. I think they're more for fun than they are really for the satisfaction of doing a challenge, but I'm getting a lot of that utility out of this kind of playthrough using the spirit summons and everything. You know, but even some of the things in this, it's just, it takes away some of the experience you have the first time playing it. But yeah, I don't think I'll use spirit summons if I don't have to. I don't think I'm going to use magic if I don't have to. Probably will use bleed though. Bleed seems pretty good to make up for the amount of HP some of the things have. But we'll have to see once we get there. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's another thing, but no spoilers over here? Okay. Well, let's keep searching. Or wait, there's one other thing we can do that might make more sense. Did I beat Radahn without summons? I did, yeah. It is really easy, though. I have a pretty good build on the game. So I wouldn't really consider it a good fight at all. It was, like, the boss is really cool, but my experience with it, like, what I did wasn't epic or anything like that. It was very obvious that I had a huge advantage. So I wouldn't call it anything special, but yeah, I did kill him pretty quickly. Not because I was good, just because I had a good build. You might need a tip because it's tied to something else. Another thing at the capital, I think you didn't see you get through this zone. Can't tell. There's a waypoint over here too, but it brings us back. So I mean, it tells me we need to still be over there. So the only case, well, I guess maybe what you could do in the game is if you hadn't made it to the capital yet, this is another way of reaching it without using the Dectus. But you have to do the festival, and to do the festival, I don't know what the requirements are. Because we did the capital before the festival, so I'm not sure if that actually is part of it. The boss at the end of this area is so cool. Keep looking. Well, I think I'm gonna go back to it in the future. At this point, I want to see if this building has anything to do with this area of the map. How'd you activate the warp? It was already active when I got there. Oh, true. Wait a second. Yeah, before we even do this, we have to actually return to Ronnie and see if she's still sleeping as well. You just have to reach the Atlas Plateau to start the festival? Okay. Envy, honestly, anything you want to tell me, ask me questions of how much I've done first, and if I don't ask you a question of where to go, if I'm talking to myself but I don't say, chat, I need help, I'm going to take some advice, then you don't need to like suggest anything. Unless it's something I've already done, and it's like a mechanic thing that I forgot, maybe there's like buttons that you can push to do a different action, this is part of the gameplay and controls, that's fine. But unless I ask chat for the actual tip itself, you can always just ask me, like, can I see your map, or can I see your items, can I see how far you are, before you ask a question, just in case. Dumbledore's not the final boss, oh no.
Ah, it was thee, not Blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not? The hidden treasure of Nokron. My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread. Ah, but before I leave, I shall entrust thee with this.
Carry an inverted statue.
My thanks for thy sterling efforts. A strange gift, perhaps. But a rare sort such as thee would welcome it, I'm sure. I am certain now. Fate steered us to our reunion. I must thank Torrent, too, for his part. You may leave now. It was but brief. But thou gavest me fine service. What is it? I, too, am to depart on a journey. Upon the dark path, only I may tread. What is it? I too...
Reveals the hidden form of Carrion Study Hall, which connects to the Divine Tower. Yeah! Dude, I was wondering how we could actually get through the Carrion Study Hall, so I bet you it's to do with that thing where the lift is, where there's those enemies in the wall with the water that we died to immediately, or something up on the rafters. So we're gonna go back there. I've been waiting to see how we can actually progress that too. That's been outstanding for like over 30 hours on this playthrough. So probably actually almost 40 hours. Convince you to get the game, you put 14 hours in one weekend, Fondorn? That's crazy, man. That's awesome. I hope you've been enjoying it though. Okay, I'm gonna level up again. How much do we need? 5,000. Tells you how to gain access in the description. I will check that one more time then. Gonna put one more level into Faith as well. Your YouTube is Pog. You're on day 8. You gotta go so you don't spoil yourself, Fondor. No worries, man. I really appreciate you guys watching that. Definitely setting some records, man. We went from, I remember I was making jokes last year because we had 500,000 hours in 28 days. That was our average. And now we're at, well, we actually were just at 1 million hours in 28 days. Now we're at 1.2 million hours already. So that's hilarious. So thank you guys for watching. Like the watch time thing is something that shows me a lot. I think watch time for me is one of my most important metrics in general. So thank you for actually having like a decent amount of investment in each thing. I don't personally watch really long videos all in one go. Like I just never do. I always like chip away at different things. So I don't expect anybody to even watch like 1% of some of the videos, but some of you guys have told me you've actually watched the whole thing from start to finish in like a day or something, and that's not even required, but that's crazy. So I really appreciate that. It means a lot. All those hours are just you watching on all your alt accounts, yeah. Teaser is just spamming the alts. He's got like a bot farm going. Yeah, I've always wondered what this part is, but... Affix it to the pedestal at the Celestial Globe. Yeah, we have to go to the globe. Not here. Rip that secret. Maybe that has to do with it later on, though, if we do that. Because it looks like that area underneath the water, there's a pillar or some sort of like center structure there. Maybe it's an elevator or some sort of platform we're going to go on top of. There's got to be a reason there's enemies there that can't actually hurt you. Can't believe this guy responds. Oh no, we never actually killed him originally. Well, we should try to do that now, actually. See ya. See ya. Goodbye. Oh, you tried to attack? Oh, the Soul Spear did no damage. I'm sorry, man. Gotta try harder than that. Oh, another one? I could take it. That's fine. Backstab? Oh, no. Okay, I'll give him this. He still has pretty good defense. Oh, backstab. Oops. Charge attack, dead angle. Oops. Teleport. I'm a cheater. If you're a Teaser alt account, press 1 in chat. Teaser is now doing the most typing he's ever done in his life. He's got to type on hundreds of accounts. Oh, man. He goes crazy with the teleports. Yeah, it's like Mikolash kind of, but if Mikolash just got a bit smarter and stopped trying to run away from you and just literally just used magic instead. Like he probably could have. You have it set up like Jerome's old multi-box. Dude, does Jerome still do the WoW content? I wonder if he's been playing this. I haven't actually seen Jerome or heard of him for a while. Like he hasn't been, he was in chat actually like maybe months ago, but I haven't actually watched his stream for a bit. What build do I have? It's Faith and Strength mainly right now. This is if Mikolash fought back, yeah. She responds when you enter the hall. I just want to see what this NPC drops. I don't even know where they are now, though. It's also revenge for all the times we tried to go in here earlier on. We got destroyed. Faith, Strength, Chads rise up. Yeah, I want to try something a bit different, because typically for these types of games, I would just go with pure melee and just spec a lot more stats into the offensive ones, like Strength and Dex, but it's like, why not throw in some incantations? We're also finding a crazy amount of stuff that looked really good, too. A lot of my favorite weapons have holy scaling too. Need to add you on Steam so we can talk. Do you have Discord, Teaser? Just give me a whisper message right now with your Discord ID, and I'll add you on there. Got lucky facing this enemy with your build. One rotten breath. All but killed her thanks to Scarlet Rot. Scarlet Rot seems like it's really serious in this. How'd you get there? You just go up the pathway here from the Stormveil Castle on the, I guess it would be the east side. And then it's literally just to the right. Dude, the teleports are unbelievable. I better be able to do that if I kill this enemy. I'm about to summon the Mimic Spirit. The edge walk to teleport there. Nice. It's a bold move for a sneaky magic user. A Harry Potter fan. Road, I'm doing really good, man. Thank you for asking. Playthrough's been really fun. I hope you're enjoying the game, too. If you have started playing it. That's wild. This is the fight that never ends. Yeah, Glitch, this fight's pretty crazy. I did some damage there, though. It was quick enough. Do you have kukris? I do. I was thinking of actually getting the bow out. Kukris might work, though. Crystal darts. Magic downpour. Ooh. Okay, so basically the same spell that they were using. Yeah, the kukris were definitely a good idea, or the throwing knives. Got so annoyed that you just started Scarlet Rotting, yeah. I could definitely see where that would be super helpful. So I guess we're gonna put in the stature. It's gonna lower this upper part here. Well, this questline's been huge. Like, this is like one of the biggest questlines I can recall doing consecutively without having too much running around in between. You may be happy to know you're only 50% done. Really? Wow. Not even main content, only 50% on the questline. It's a very good and long questline. Yeah, it seems like it. The only question is, where do we put... It's the globe. You're saying something about a globe. Bow required and then hidden path. I don't know about that. Let's take one more read at the thing and see if it's mentioning what kind of globe. The pedestal of the celestial globe might actually be down there. Maybe that's why when you get up here, they give you the chandeliers to go back down. Otherwise, what's the point of these? Probably doesn't actually even make sense to do this, but I'm trying it. Nope. Okay, one more look around the upper area. How to fight with a fire giant. How much of the story have you got left in terms of hours? Been vibing with the YouTube playthrough in the background. Rafe, I appreciate you watching that. Thanks, man. It's been a super fun first playthrough. I'm glad that also this game has a lot of content in it, just because like the amount of things you can do from here, like all the different runs you could try, all the different types of PvP options too for different character builds. Like it'll be more satisfying, I think, to actually learn all that stuff. And it's again, it's gonna be more generally accessible for a wider audience. There'll be more things that people might prefer to do. Hidden path, therefore attacking. Yeah, right. I fell for that one last time. Plasma, thanks, man. I definitely don't expect anybody to pay full attention the whole time. If you do, that's absolutely wild. Your eyeballs must be strained. Last main boss I beat, I believe it was Morgott. Or no, sorry, it was Rykard. We did Rykard as well. What weapon is this? It is the Blasphemous Blade. Have the YouTube bots in the background while working. Fuse, if you don't mind me asking, what do you do? You don't have to tell me, but if you want to share, I'm curious. It's awesome that you can actually be able to watch something and also do your work too. Riker's voice actor is so good at hamming it up. You can barely tell what he's saying. It's almost like so bad that it's good. Haven't blinked since I started this playthrough. You've been watching intensely. Your eyeballs must be so dusty, dude. Do you ever have to like get a squeegee? Just take off all the layers. No item ahead. It's gonna be like one of the main things over here to watch. Nope. He's just like, to get good together. Imagine working without me in the background. Well, if I did that, I wouldn't exist, so that would be kind of weird. But yeah. Have I finished my first playthrough yet? No, this is still the first playthrough that we got. There's the pedestal. Do you stream during the day? You've only watched the YouTube vids? Yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time, afternoon till evening is the time. Oh, your response got buried. Wait, let me check. I don't want to skip the cutscene. 1 second. Cool. Now we got to go all the way back up there. I can imagine how painful. Someone definitely just passed out from the pain that they were experiencing watching me try to find that. Let's see. Freelance artists, you've been doing a bunch of Elden Ring fan art lately. That's awesome, man. If you ever want to share with me in like a whisper message, if you have like a Imgur link or a portfolio somewhere, I'd love to see your art, man. I'm a huge fan of concept art of games, and I love to see what you guys get up to. There's a lot of creative people in the community. Do I have to send that back? Something strange be happening over here now. Did the building flip upside down? What? Oh. Am I dead? I'm dead. That's the roof. It was an inverted statue, that's true. Feeling like a hoodlum. Yeah, dude, the hood is literally just because the back pillow or the neck rest pillow on the chair, it'll push my neck forward too much and be uncomfortable if I have the hood behind my neck. So I literally have to have it on to be more comfortable. It's really warm. I would prefer to not have it on, but yeah. Like this part of me is like good temperature. The head is a little bit warm right now. I'm gonna just get this back and then travel. Cause it's 15,000. That's a decent. You'll send me your IG fuse. Awesome, dude. I'm excited to see what kind of art you do. Where'd you find the statue? It was given to me by Ronnie after completing the first bit of the quest line that she sent me on that it entailed quite a bit of different things. Oh, the buttons on the roof. Can I hit the button with something? You know what? I wonder if because it's on the roof, I have to send it back. I have to take the statue back or something. Maybe not. Let me try shooting it with something. No, that doesn't make any sense. Let's go through the window here, maybe. Okay, now the part with the enemies makes a lot of sense. Have I beat Millennia? No, I have not. I saw a picture, like a painting in a castle, where I think it was. His name is like, it started with an E. It's like, I want to say Eridum, but that's definitely not the name. Something of the Briar. He's like the Sith Lord guy. Floaty sword guy. I dare you to teleport. Do it! Good thing these are weak to fire. Oh, I actually, you know what's funny? I was so focused on the mage, I thought the guy with the spear was another player's ghost. Oh, I'm dead. I genuinely, like, I wasn't looking at the dude with the spear at all. I thought out of the corner of my eye that was another player. Am I a knock-on right now? I'm in the, I guess it would be like the research hall. Or the study hall, Carrion study hall, yeah. Which build am I going for? I'm doing strength and faith at the moment. It's a chain. That was a chain of events, dude. That do be a situation. It was like that. Cannabon, I appreciate it, man. Welcome back. It's been pretty good. We did a lot of side optional content, I guess, and then we got the inverted statue from Ronnie for the quest line, and then we came back here. Apparently just found a really cool mask that I didn't see the first time. Okay, now we're playing some DBD, dude. We got the killer mask. Looking like a character over here. That's really cool. That's definitely another. There's so many pieces of gear so far, or the armor, that I really want to use, but it's just like some of them don't have good combinations with other things because of the equip load. Or like maybe the equip load's too light and I'm not utilizing it fully for the defense. A lot of really good fashion in this one though. Back in elementary school, you'd read the Series of Unfortunate Events. Oh, the Lemony Snicket's books. Yeah, I remember I tried to read one of those. I wasn't really as into it, but I had friends that liked them when I was in like the 3rd grade. I was more into Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. Did they make a movie too? Oh, I'm gonna knock you off. Goodbye. Oh, wait, Invincible. Can't be knocked off. Cheater. I can be, but he can't. That's not fair. Did he just teleport to the lower level? Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. They made a Netflix show? Oh, really? Okay. Did they keep writing books after the mid-2000s? What do you prefer in your character? That he looks cool or has max stats and equipment? I like a combination for the first playthrough of effectiveness and then just the fashion of the character too. I think the character looks pretty cool right now. The antlers for glowy fashion, you use them for a long time. I don't blame you, man. They look really nice. The thing is, like, obviously we're sacrificing a little bit of effectiveness with defense here. I don't even have a piece of gloves on, which I think decreases the bonus you get from having 4 pieces on. Typically that was in the other games. I think in Dark Souls 3 they started that, so I think I'm losing defense just on that. Then this also isn't really as beefy as it could be. But yeah, I like the way this this scaled armor looks, the cape and everything. Use Confessor's armor until you got a really big hat. I don't know if I have that one. I think I might. Oh no, that's the one that starts with the black robes from the beginning, right? Oh. Lucidity. Alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. Nice, man. Carrion Knights and never waver. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. It's pretty cool. Looks like the sword's pretty well upgraded already. I think all the weapons we've been using are at least +6 for the special ones. But I've had a hard time having the materials for the other ones, so I gotta double check in on the regular smithing stones, because I want my seal to be +10 at least. I think that would help quite a bit. It uses the regular upgrades. It's only +5 right now. Okay, so wait, we're just above where we were, or... Well, I guess everything's upside down, though, so... So we have to go down? Yeah, that's the water. I should have enough normal stones to upgrade your seal a fair amount. I checked in. I think it was not the very last stream we did before this, but like 2 streams ago, and then we upgraded to +5. I'm pretty sure. I think that was what we did. Might have been the beginning of last one. I don't know. I think it was 2 ago though. So I did check kind of recently, but not this stream. And let me see what we got. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 22 of the 5. 14 of the 6, and then 6 of the 7. So at this point, yeah, we should be able to get it to at least +7. But apparently you can get to +25, which there's multiple people saying that. I don't know if that's just made up or that's actually real. But if it's 25, then how does that, like, you actually can find a smithing stone 25? Like, that's a thing? Or was I just trolled on that? Like, how? Not for special weapons. I just mean for regular ones. Not for the somber ones, for the +8 stone. Ancient stones for 25. Ancient stones, okay. Oh, sorry, you use multiple of the 7 tier 1 for a set. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. I was thinking in the context of the other stones, because I haven't done these ones as much. Yeah, that makes sense. So 20 plus 21 for this one. So you have to find 8 or 9 for the last bit. Also, wait a second. Moose, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. I hope you enjoy your emotes. I'm sorry that I killed your ancestors. I actually am honoring them right now. We have some ceremonial jewels and some antlers on, so don't worry. I remember them. Imagine opening a door upside down in here. Just made it to the final boss in your maidenless level 1. Black Ops, that's amazing, dude. Congratulations. I just made it to an upside down door, and it's raining now. I wish you the best of luck with beating the level 1 run. I guess I'm very excited to do SL1 just because I did that for the first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, so it kind of just was immediate. And then I didn't get the same effect of knowing the game then trying to do it level 1, whereas this I actually will be able to see the difference. And I've heard that this is the best game for level 1 they've made, so very excited about that. Wait. Okay, we have this active. Yeah, we're good. Each stone is 3 upgrades, 2, 4, 6. So 12 of each tier stone. Okay. Oh, we got the Godskin Noble over here again. How about I don't? See, I was able to go inside that circle before, but maybe when he cast it, the ring was closer to his body there. I could stand inside of it when we fought him before. It was only once, though. Whew. GG. You got to be like right against the enemy to avoid the damage. Is it possible that he casts the ring the same way every time, or does it sometimes lead you to kind of be like inside of the ring on the edge of it? Like, is there enough space every single time he does it to be up close? Enough rolls for a bakery. It reminds me of the Michelin Man a little bit. Michelin Man if he took some days off, you know. Looks like a peach to parry. He might be. I don't know. We could try parrying and see. That'd be cool. Does a lot of similar attacks, so. It's a strike shield. Oh, that's parry one. The Gilded Iron Shield. Alright. It's always the same, but you practically got to hold left to stick to his belly, otherwise the flames will damage. Oh, you got to be on the front. So I did it where I was behind him, and it was still possible to space it. I think that one horizontal attack will be the parry one. We can. There we go. That was good. That was the back of the weapon. That's pretty cool. Anybody found parrying in this game is different? Or is it the exact same, but just like the attacks are crazy? Because I've only parried something once, and it didn't make, like, it made no sense of how it worked. It didn't actually even seem like it made sense when I got it. But I don't know how it's different, if it's less frames, or they just made the actual contact point different. Kind of like DS1 to 3 being different. Because I'm pretty sure you can parry everything. That's what people were saying. Feels like you have to parry earlier. Okay. Interesting. Because when I got it, it just didn't... Yeah, it didn't seem... Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, that was really early. It's like a combination. It's like a step back from how early you have to go from DS2, but it's closer to DS2 parry timing than it is 3. That's interesting. This is pretty good practice, though, to just understand the mechanic at this point. Because we've already killed this guy before. He's got a quick weapon as well.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Snowdog, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome, man. Welcome to trying to parry the Godskin Noble. Not that, though. Not that attack. Megiri, the Makiri counter, you mean? Thrusting weapons are weird for you. Yeah, it definitely has less telegraphing. You can check your equip load in the stats without having to exit the menu. Oh yeah, the on the this is medium load. I just keep forgetting that though.
Withdrawn from its vessel.
Jin Gate or Jingate. I'm not sure which pronunciation is correct. Thank you for the Prime sub, Jin. Enjoy your emotes and welcome. appreciate you using your Prime sub here as well, as I die many times trying to parry this guy. Keep in mind, again, for anyone that's watching this, I've only parried one time in the game other than that. And like I said, it just felt like it was random. It didn't really even seem like it made much sense. But that last one made a bit more sense now that people were saying you got to be early on it. That's not even an attack. That's just like a slam. I feel like horizontal attacks or things that have like people's arms raised are better than the thrust attacks. Sandy, what's up? How are you doing? 75 hours in, you've never parried. Yeah, it's just not, I don't know. Doesn't seem as feasible in this or even necessary in a lot of cases. But obviously I'd have to test it a lot more to see that. So Noble's easiest parry attack is the one where he turns around. Sorry, turns his arm towards the chest and thrusts it. Yeah, anything with like an elbow movement of some sort.
Let strength be
Because a lot of the thrust attacks
so
just
the
keep
world
happening.
might be mended.
But they don't have a
So
lot
the
of
world might be
telegraphing.
mended.
We'll try to kill him in between this, just for fun. That one right there. Oh, there we go. Nice. So those two attacks then. I want to get the initial attack he does. Is there like a sweet spot for spacing? Is it closer better, or does it not matter? Sandy, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 5 months. Welcome back as well. I appreciate that. The new Sam Gelatry song. I don't even know how to pronounce that name. I've never heard of Sam G before, or that particular Sam G. Are we allowed to parry in hitless runs? If it's a perfect parry and it doesn't have partial damage, then yeah, it would just be a counter attack. Or a counter into an attack if you want to continue to attack after that. You just can't have them do damage through the parry. Godskin enemies have such cool movesets. I like the Noble more than the Apostle, to be honest, because he's actually a lot more tricky for me, but the Apostle was really cool too. I bet you practicing parrying on him would have been easier. Yeah, you have to be earlier than that, I guess. I don't know. That was late. Somehow. The thing is, the animation for it being late, it doesn't cancel your attack, your shield, unless you keep doing it. So it's close enough.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Damn, dude.
PogChamp.
Buckler? This kind of looks like the Buckler. I don't know if I have a Buckler, though. Cannot change equipment at this time. Yeah, we don't have like a legit Buckler. Could probably have already killed him, but I'm very curious about this. Yeah, it didn't really make a lot of sense. The backhand just seems to be the most clear read on there. Yeah, any of those two attacks are fine. Jab seems almost impossible. Yeah, dude. How do you tell if you parried too early or too late? So your animation would already be resolving. If you just look at like think of it in like 3 different steps. You have a startup, you have the middle, and then you have the end. If you're already past the middle point of where the shield's passing through the character, then you'd be in the recovery of the parry. So if his attack, you're hearing the weapon hit or seeing it hit at the end of the animation, that's too early. If it's hitting and then your arm's still actually moving through the first part of it, that's too late. You want it kind of in between that. So you don't really know to what degree if you're not really good at it, obviously. Like, I'm still getting better at it, but you can see just based on like what stage the animation you're at. Then you just dial it between those. But yeah, like we can kill him right now. I just don't really want to until we actually get this down a bit. I think we have to be close to, I don't know, something tells me that the proximity does matter. I'm gonna go point blank and see. That was the stomp. Why don't use golden parry ash? I'm trying to just use a normal shield, to be honest, to get used to it. I'll probably try that in the future. And for me, typically with parrying too, the harder the tool is to actually use, the better learning it is, because then every single time I get more frames, I have like a tighter starting point for it. So like I actually am more accurate mechanically than just trying to rely on the extra frames. I have a better idea of like what it actually takes to do it perfectly. So for me, like with DS3, I learned to parry with bare hand first before the shield, because it was 7 frames or 8 frames or whatever. Then, you know, use like a 10+ frame item after. But then I started to get sloppy and worse at parries once I continued to rely on the 10 frame plus item for the buckler. There we go. I think proximity does matter a bit. So play a game. Every second attack I get, I will do the critical just so we can keep it moving. That wasn't even worth trying. I thought that was the other attack. Ooh. It'd be really cool if you could parry the stomp there. Okay, that's a different attack. Still good. That is bait right there, that stupid delay. Even my rolls are bad on that one. What was that? Just disappeared.
Lost, withdrawn from its
Was he just done? He's just like, it's okay. That's enough parries. Hysterical, thank you so much for the brand new sub. I hope you enjoy your emotes. Welcome. Dude, is he over here now? Just teleported. Berkler, I appreciate it, man. I definitely got to work on that stuff. I didn't spend a lot of time practicing it, so it's definitely different. It doesn't seem too early, though. I think I was misjudging the proximity for how early it needed to be. So I think you need to be pretty close, but it is actually pretty spot on with like what I originally thought. Just maybe the distance of where I was at was making it harder. Seems like a harder version of a DS1 parry. Yeah, that was bad. Where's my heals? Went too far from his point of origin. Oh, okay, I see. He got frustrated and left. That's funny. Always dodge into the strong thrust. That's a smart idea too. Yeah, I should make a habit of trying to get away from that. In case we do like an all bosses run or whatever. You bet on Reddit, you parry the arm and not the weapon. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. Because as soon as I got closer, that's when I started being more consistent. In the first game in DS1, you actually can't be far away. They don't work. You have to actually parry like the hilt of their weapon. You can be point blank, and that's the best spot in most cases. Far away to the tip of the sword just doesn't work. Middle of the blade will work sometimes. DS3, you actually have to be farther away. You can't be point blank all the time. Tip of the blade does work. And then DS2 is just like basically a bit of both plus really early timing. And then this one just seems to be more consistent with DS1 proximity and then DS3 timing. Oh, you can parry the stomp too? I tried. That was funny. What level am I? 101 right now. Didn't have the stamina for that one. That is just a mystery still. Can't parry that one, can we? Cool. Still should be able to do that one. The slow foot stomp kind of thing. Makes me wonder if you can parry kicks in this. That'd be really cool. If you're on his head side, you can dodge the roll. I think if I'm locked off too, I'll have more of a head start. I can kind of start sprinting. Be honest, the biggest thing that helped you hit parries early game was treat every attack like you were parrying Pontiff. Well, yeah, definitely the timing, very similar, but just proximity has to be even closer, it seems, to make it easier. Like, there might be like a threshold where you could be at the midpoint of the weapon, because I think I was for one of them, but when I got very close to it, it was way easier. Prod, thank you so much for the host, by the way, man. How's your stream? What's going on? If you guys don't know Prod, I'm going to give him a quick shout out. He makes a lot of really cool content on here and on YouTube. He actually, the way I found him is he was doing PvP in Dark Souls 3. And he's a very good PvP player. In my opinion, at least. He's done a lot of different modded runs, challenge runs. He makes content on other games sometimes too. Definitely check him out if you haven't. He's really, really cool. Wait, is the name with an L? Is the I in your name an L? Let me try this one more time. It must be. There we go. Little did we know, Prod's I and his name is actually an L. It's L Prod. La Prod. How have you been enjoying Elden Ring, man? We're just we're on our first playthrough still. I got 62 hours or 63 almost at this point. I think I'm about halfway through the game. We're just trying to practice parrying because I wasn't doing much of it before. I only landed one before this point. Vento, thank you for the 6 months, by the way. Character looks sick. Thanks, dude. Ooh, there we go. Okay, let's try to kill him at this point. I think we can always come back to this. You gotta head out to avoid spoilers. Hope you enjoy your first run through, dude. Yeah, no worries, man. I'm excited to see what you do on the game after I'm done as well. Thank you so much for bringing everybody over here. Ooh. Too far away. Yeah, that's the way to get rid of that. There we go.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
So you gotta wait till he mixes in the moveset from the first part to parry again, I think. Not the thrust, though. Those ones. We want those ones. His range on the weapon art thing is crazy. Here we go. There we go. We got him. Definitely understand it a bit more now. That was definitely. I'm glad whoever said parry this guy. It was a good idea. That taught me a bit, and I'm sure this shield's not even the best for it. So that was cool. And you can parry stomps. You can parry things I didn't think you could. You might be able to with every single attack other than magic, unless you have the magic parry. Is the parry timing different than DS3? It feels a lot tighter than any game they've made so far. It's almost like the contact point of DS3, like in which their weapon's getting you, and then you're activating the frames, but harder than the timing on it, and then also you have to be like just as close as you would want to be in Dark Souls 1 to get the effectiveness. So maybe like the same difficulty as DS3 or harder for parrying, but the proximity of DS1. That's the best way I can explain it. Because before I thought I had to be farther away, but it seems like being close is good. It's because attack range is insane. Yeah, definitely. How do you know which move to parry? I think you can parry every attack in this game in general, unless it's magic. But even magic you can parry too if you have like the right Ash of War. I'm not so sure about like punches and kicks and stuff like that, but people were saying you can parry like almost pretty much every attack in the game. So I think that's a really good move. Just make it really hard to do, but they'll let you parry everything. That would be more realistic. Can you parry animals? I don't know. Two-handed stuff? I like probably from other players. No, but in terms of bosses, that's what I was told. I don't know if it's true. Yeah, his armor is like made of skin. So now we have the noble hood and we have the apostle hood. Noble hood's looking kind of funny though. I really like this mask here, the Mask of Confidence, this one. Reminds me of Slipknot. It's the Corey Taylor build. Color me controversial. You feel like they've increased the distance between casual and pro player by giving the guard counter and tweaking the parry window. I'm not so sure about the parry window, but I 100% agree. They've definitely made it so much more accessible to play the game, and that's something I've noticed even just with personal friends of mine that don't like Souls games at all. Some of them gave up playing like first time they tried. Some of them won't even touch them, and they've been loving this game and playing a lot of it. So that alone shows that there's more accessibility and more intrigue just with the design. So I 100% agree. I just don't know enough about the pairing yet to like really say anything about it. That's just what it seems like to me. That it was similar to DS1 but harder in the sense of how the timing was in DS3. Because DS1's the easiest game to parry in. 2 is really weird because it was super early. And then 3 was kind of intuitive, but you had to be a bit farther away. Stargazer Heirloom. Okay, what are those? I don't know where they are. They weren't talismans, were they? No. Oh, they are talismans. Okay. Oh, this one. Wait. Oh, I didn't look at these. Greatly raises focus. Greatly raises robustness, immunity, and focus. I don't know what the robustness would be. It's interesting. Are we sure these are talismans? I don't think they are. Key item, yeah. Okay, this thing, Curse Mark of Death. Curse Mark carved into Lunar Princess Rani's discarded flesh. Curse Mark was carved at the moment of death, the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while Prince of Death perished in soul alone. What was the other one? I honestly can't even remember what the other one looks like. I know it's like dark. I honestly can't remember what it looks like. My brain shuts down on this game sometimes trying to like remember the items. Stargazer Talisman. So the other one wasn't actually. The other one is a talisman. Okay. Dude, they got to make a new items tab or something. Like someone was saying that. I'm like, that's actually kind of smart because like I definitely derp hard on this one. This one. Okay. Young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She always had chased the stars every step of the journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen. Raises intelligence. So that might be good for if we want to respec a bit without actually having to change the stats right now. 14 intelligence. Maybe to meet requirements for some sort of incantation. Can sort them by acquisition. That would be very smart. How do you do that in the menu? Switch view? No. Which button is it to sort by acquisition? R3? R3 just takes away this. L3? Oh, here we go. Okay. It's the help button. Why does that not... that doesn't show up on the actual screen, though. That's not even a control on the screen. That's super weird, dude. Yeah, it's weird they don't show you on the bottom. They should be on the controls. That's weird. Okay, well then we'll do that when we find new stuff then. Very smart. But they should probably put that as a control on the screen. Okay, now we have to go on a whole nother adventure. I don't know if that's the end of the quest line, but yeah, we'll check and see. We'll double check. We'll go back. Talk to Ronnie again. Whoever pointed that out, that's amazing. Yeah, that is really, really useful. I didn't know that. I hope that taught a bunch of people that you can press the button they didn't write down on the thing. That is really cool. Typical Dark Souls UI nonsense. I can imagine, like, that being a thing you still wouldn't find even if it was written at the bottom, but the fact they didn't put the control there is weird. Because that seems more important than the help button. They could just make it an all-in-one. They could just make the help combined into that menu. Unless, like, you have to expand that to even know more controls than what they show you when you're on that screen. Do you end up beating the ulcerated tree spirit at the very beginning? I did, yeah. That's kind of weird. She's not here now. Rip. Oh, now we can go to Rena's Rise and Celibus's Rise, maybe. Let's try that. Lore question, is that body on the ground supposed to be Ronnie? Now you're making me go back. I have no idea. I did not see a body. Taught me that and you have 110 hours. Nice. Oh, wait. Was the body in the other location? The Divine Tower one? Oh, okay. So it is her body. Thank you for pointing that out, too. You can respec your build to check how the stats would turn out, but cancel and then don't spend the item. That's pretty cool. Was that a thing? Wasn't that a thing though in like DS2? Like you can go back, check the stats, not confirm it? Or do you mean like you can confirm them then undo it or something like that? Like there's a test of the character after. Oh, you can't confirm it. You can just check and cancel it. That's good, but they don't make you commit to it. The body took the curse mark of death from is her original body. Okay, okay. I see. Ooh, we got the armor. That's cool. I was wondering if we are going to be able to get that. Apparently, we still got to go check and see the, like, you can get Radan's armor as well, apparently. People were saying that was good. I haven't gone back to the round table for a while. Does the hat do anything? Wait, I'll check and see if there's passive effects. So you have the red letter from Volcano Manor. You need to go there too, but you don't know how. I can show you like on the map if you want where it would be located, but if you know the general idea, like the location, the direction, then you just have to like kind of search around. I don't know how far you've actually made it into there. Okay. Strengthens cold sorcery. Okay. Is it just the hat though? I think it might just be the hat that does that. how far in? We have 63 hours, and this is my map so far. And then this is the underground map. Oh, and that's the underground death. Do you care about lore on items you already have? Just haven't read it yet. I've read quite a few things, but like I kind of understand the backstory of her just from listening to the other NPCs a bit. I could read her armor if you want me to. That was not good. How come we're over here? Oh, because we didn't get the checkpoint over there. Okay. You're very jealous of you. I finished the game too fast. Couldn't stop playing it. Bullies, how many hours do you have to finish it? Also, congratulations for getting through it too. 105 hours? Oh, okay. Well then, I mean, I'm not even close to that point yet, so I wouldn't feel too bad. I could play longer. I could literally do this like every waking hour of my life, but the quality of the content would suffer greatly, man. Like my brain's already starting to fail at this point. Really hard to focus for me after like 5.5, 6 hours nowadays. So, but yeah, I could stream 10 hours a day. It just wouldn't, like, it would kind of be pointless in my opinion. There's other things I could do that are gonna have me feeling better for the next one. So, hydrate. Oh man, that made me cringe internally. What just happened? I don't know, but if you were sleeping, you might have woken up, unfortunately. Might have been scary. Oh, we got the mini... The mini Ronnie. It's turning into a horror game. Getting dolls. Seems pleasantly cool. Every detail is perfect. You're just trying to lurk, Blake? I'm sorry, man. I had to.
Don't do that again.
Talius, don't do that again. I probably won't, dude, just for my own well-being. I don't think it's safe. I was not satisfied with that as much as I thought I would be. I appreciate the bits, though. Thanks, man. Kevin, thanks, man. I appreciate it. This has definitely been a really, really fun first playthrough for me. I'm just trying to not stress too much about the game because there's no point. I mean, I've been looking forward to it for 3.5 years, so for me, it's I'm just trying to enjoy it as much as I can because there's only going to be one first playthrough. What the hell is this thing? Oh, I've seen this before. It was inside the cave. We were underneath the map in one of the mini dungeons. There was one of these guys. I haven't killed it though. Oh my god.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Rixor, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for using your Prime here too and watching me die 1,000,000 times. To a what even is that thing? It's like a celestial dragonfly or something like that. I don't even know. You tried your first 5 PvP invasions today. People are insane at this game. You feel like you're fighting Neo from the Matrix. So for me, that makes me really excited. I'm sorry that you didn't have the easiest time. I'm sure there's some people though that are newer to the game that are maybe in like the earlier areas. I just don't know how the connection works when you try to co-op with somebody and then have an invasion if it's scaled to your level, or certain players, you know, will be like dumbed down. I think it probably just rebalances itself. It might really just be area dependent. I'm excited though to get my ass kicked in PvP because I built this channel off of PvP. That's kind of why I started streaming. So I definitely segued into so many other different things, like more so speedrunning and challenge running. But super excited to PvP again, even if it is really janky and silly on this game, just for, you know, some fun once in a while. because there's just so many crazy items. And like the very little bit of PvP I tried, it was pretty fun, even though it was funny.
Withdrawn from its vessel.
Snoo, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Or Snow, I'm not sure how you pronounce your name. You can correct me if I was wrong the first time. Welcome, thank you very much. Hishi, I appreciate that. Honestly, the goal is just to make it so you don't go deaf because of the audio not being balanced, and that you kind of understand what's happening, because sometimes I could just explain things in a terrible way. Or I could even miss like the point of what you're saying too. So I mean, the goal is mainly just find a middle ground that's decent. Like I was saying before, we don't have to be literary scholars, but we do have to be able to kind of converse. That's the only requirement. Oh, dude, that has such a low window for the timing on the critical. Is that half from the ancestral spirit? I had it dropped by one of the Nokron enemies, apparently. That's what people were saying in chat earlier. Oh no, it got madness. So you just get frozen on the spot. You kind of get like paralyzed.
So the world might be mended.
Yo.
I was waiting for that. We were talking about madness earlier. Budbones, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back, man. How have you been? Yo! What's going on, bro? Yo, have you played Elden Ring, bro? It's pretty good, dude. Just chilling playing Elden Ring, bro. Have I gone mad? I might actually go crazy playing this game. I don't know. See, the thing is, I haven't been stuck on anything for longer than a couple hours or so. And for me, I like challenging games, so I want to be stuck for like 8 to 16 hours on something and not be able to beat it and actually have no idea how to figure it out for a long time. That is one wish I have. I'm not sure if I'm going to experience that in this playthrough, though. Because people told me I would. People said I'd get my ass kicked a lot. But I don't know what their standard for getting their ass kicked is. It could be just being stuck for 30 minutes or something like that, or an hour. So in that case, yeah, I definitely did. For me, I haven't really gotten like beaten too hard on this. So I want to get hard stuck. I was told that for Radan that he would be like the hardest boss so far in the game, and he was actually easier than the Tree Sentinel for me in relativity to the build that I had at the time, right, with the character. Obviously, like his actual character was more complex, but like the amount of time I spent on it was less than Tree Sentinel, so it's kind of like, you know, Rykard with 0 dagger. Okay, that would be crazy. I would try it though. I would definitely try it. Did I use summons? I didn't use summons, but I was like level 70 plus, I think, at the time. Almost level 80. I think I was at least 78 going into it. If you don't get stuck on Millennia, then fair play. Yeah, I'm hoping to, man. I really want to. As much as like you might think that's silly, like I literally want to just have no idea. Because if not now, we're gonna have to wait until we do crazy stuff to have that experience, right? I'll have to have a really bad character build or just play SL1 maybe. You had to summon for Millennia. I've heard Millennia is probably the hardest, right? Or one of them. The Golden Halberd. Golden Halberd has a really good weapon art. Even though I didn't use it for combat as much, I only probably used it for like an hour or two. It is really good for the weapon art in combination with other stuff. until you get more of the magic. Took you 7 hours for Millennia. That's good. Like, that's quality. That's a good challenge. I'd be okay if I was stuck on something for a week. That'd be really cool, but I don't know if it's possible on this. Okay, I have no idea where I am right now. Well, it's not hard if you play the intended way. Dead. Is that the intended way? I think I've died more to gravity than I will to some bosses. What's the sword called? It's called Blasphemous Blade. It's from the Remembrance of Reichert. A YouTuber called Sweet Johnny Cage spent 3 days fighting Millennia. Oh man. Did he do it early in the game or like skip stuff before there? Ool Palace Ruins. Okay, well, the only ruin I've found is my character's body after he falls off the waterfall. So we need to continue to explore here. Lobos just killed her with SL1 no summons. That's awesome, dude. Lobos is also built different, so it's kind of, he has infinite patience. Like if he had a character trait in the game or like an Ash of War, it would just be like, will exist longer than the game's data on your computer after being deleted. Like his character will still be in the framework. Lobos the Eternal. He's just infinite. That's basically his superpower. So even if he had a hard time, I could never see him complaining about it, to be honest. He would just do it. Okay, we gotta go down here. Did it on level 170 and still got whooped, but you're not very good. Well, congratulations on at least beating it, man, because I think that even, like, no matter what the level is, no matter what kind of advantages you gave yourself, it would be easy to just complain because you had a hard time on it and then quit, right? Or just take, like, a lot of breaks and never really get it done quickly. So, congrats for beating it. I think my favorite part about this game in terms of the community is there's a lot of people that would be kind of more apprehensive trying challenging games that they've made before. Or games that they would perceive as, you know, more difficult than their comfort level, but actually getting through this and then maybe wanting to go back and play those or giving them, you know, more confidence to play other stuff. So that's really cool. And at the very least, even just enjoying this, because it's definitely worth a try at least. Do I have Life Drain? There is Life Drain on the weapon, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot it. We don't have the shield. We can put back on the scale armor. Cool. Ongbal did SL1 no damage. Most main bosses in the game. He's a machine. Ongbal is pretty crazy. I remember one of you guys showed me his Sekiro videos, so I'm excited to watch some of his stuff too. And Zuno, you'd love to play, but work has you crammed. When you get to, I'm sure you'll be very satisfied. I guarantee you're going to have a good time with something. Maybe not everything, but something's going to be exciting to you. There's so much variety in this. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have ridiculous expectations for games these days just because I know how hard it is to actually make a game. I've seen it. I know people that develop games. I know people that have developed games by themselves as well, did all the roles. So it's like, I'm a little bit more realistic from like, you know, what the devs have to do kind of perspective. But as a consumer that doesn't make games, even if I had crazy expectations, this would have still been satisfying. So that's my favorite part about it. Because I think it's hard to do that. Like, you can get something that's good, but it's like something that's actually memorable enough where it could be timeless or have some of that quality. That's awesome. It's hard to do. There's only so many games that do that. How long, Fidel? I'm not sure. Actually, don't really have a time frame. It's just more of trying to go until my brain stops working, which is kind of coming up soon. I've already made some funnies. Too many. I was like missing some... I miss obvious stuff a lot, but I was missing some extremely obvious things, so I'm definitely going to end pretty soon. I just want to see what this area goes to. So we have another Eternal City. And that's over here. Did your Prime sub go through? I didn't see it in chat, Whopper. Well, let me just double check. Sometimes what you have to do, even if you do activate it, you have to refresh. Because if it counts as a resub, the actual resub doesn't get activated by default. It actually has to be queued by you. You have to click a button for it after you've already processed it. So I just try refreshing. I don't see it in chat, though. Has Sekiro been taken over? Oh yeah, this is better than Sekiro, man. Well, I mean, it's like hard to even put them on the same scale. For like the quality of the game, I think it lives up to the quality of Sekiro, but then it just does the variety and the scale of the game like tenfold, right? I still love Sekiro, but I would definitely not be upset if I had to pick this over that at all. If you hate Frida, you might hate Millennia. Frida is one of my favorite bosses, actually. Elden Ring's easily your favorite game of the last 10 years. That's a huge statement, man. Even for someone that plays a lot of different stuff and has a lot of different interests. For me, obviously, I don't have as many varying interests in games. There's only so many genres I like, but yeah, that's crazy. And I know some people that are huge fans of The Witcher 3 and a lot of Bethesda games, and they would never touch a Souls game that have played this, and they think it stacks up next to Witcher, which is huge for someone that, you know, is giving it a chance and gets that convinced. That's like a really hard thing, I think, for a developer to do, because they didn't already achieve that with their previous games, and they already were getting a lot of awards and attention. So I think they went a little bit more mainstream. It's not as niche anymore. Top 3 bosses in Soulsborne. Usually, if we're going to consider Sekiro with that, it would be Ishin, Orphan, and I guess from DS3, Demon Prince. Wait. Would Demon Prince be my favorite? I'm trying to think of if there's anything else I'm missing. I really like Demon Prince in DS3, so I'd probably pick those 3. If Sekiro doesn't count, maybe I'll throw in Lawrence instead. What are the requirements for the sword? It's 22 strength, 15 dexterity, 21 faith. Then C scaling and faith. Don't think you've ever heard someone say Demon Prince. Demon Prince is one of the best double fights and also like single enemies in DS3, in my opinion. And also, it's pretty important to the storyline of the main game, too. It kind of retroactively explains or completes the story of, you know, the Lorien, right? And then also shouts out Firelink at the same time with the location. So it's a really cool fight historically in the game's lore, and then also just mechanically and design-wise, it looks amazing. Very complimentary with the intro to it too, for the dual move sets and everything. I think if they didn't have like a defensive and offensive mode that they switch between, it wouldn't be as cool. I probably wouldn't rank it as high. And then I also don't think if they had it fixated on just one enemy having a set type of actions that couldn't go back and forth between those two movesets, it wouldn't be as fun either. But it's cool that they actually change on a timer simultaneously, and you get 2 different phase 2s depending on who you kill first. Like, that's just like one of the biggest things they've done so far. So in every category that I could check boxes off, it gets ranked pretty high. And I'm a bigger fan of like really large creatures that are less humanoid than just human-like characters, even though they've done a great job on both. Because it's harder to make a creature that actually functions anatomically correctly, that's fun to play against, and also gives you a good challenge without just being gimmicky. Do I like Rykard? Rykard's my favorite boss in the game so far. Same reasons as well of what I just said. They could have went like a straight gimmick route with it, but they actually made it more engaging. And then they kind of wrapped up the whole attempt at the Storm Ruler thing and actually made it the best they could. I think it couldn't have imagined it better without just like being unrealistic for the way the game is, you know. Thought Rykard was easy but fun. He's not super difficult. I wouldn't say he's like the most difficult boss. He's probably like medium difficulty in the game. But it'll be more apparent, I think, for me once I do challenges and stuff. Like for the first playthrough, it's getting hard to actually really rank things. I will say the gargoyle enemies are up there, and the Starfallen Beast is up there too. Even the second one that I fought recently is still a good challenge. Having known the moveset of the original one, and the original one was a good challenge too. The tree spirits are pretty good. And the apostles are pretty good too, so I think those are in like the highest category of difficulty so far. And for the main story, Morgat was definitely the hardest at the moment. What kind of helmet is this? It is the Shining Horned Headband. Oh, we got another boulder here. Allergen, I have no idea who that is. Be wary of up, therefore try range battle. Is this Rykard's sword? It is, yeah. Love Verdan for the hilarious sight to behold. Verdan's just like a comedy fight, dude. But he's serious, but he's also funny too because of the horse. That's the old. I would have loved to fight him like pre Scarlet Rot, where he has the feet and that he doesn't have the horse or anything. Just regular Verdan, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll do like a DLC where that's a thing. Who knows? Kaylin, what's up? How's it going? Moves around like an animatronic. I know, it's hilarious. Oh, there's a boulder. Shit. Another larval tier. So we're going to be able to respec a lot on this. How you liking the game? 10 out of 10. I would try to give it a higher rating, but it wouldn't make any sense. It's just, I think there was some slow parts because we just explored a lot of the earlier areas and tried to wrap up everything that we could. But like the last handful of days have just gotten even better than that. And then just trying to wrap my head around how like large the game is mainly is just, and like the fact that it's actually fun to play the whole thing. Like I don't typically try to go for completionist stuff, but I could see doing all achievements on this being kind of fun. Like more fun than anything they've done before. So, not to say I'm gonna do that, but like I could just see why people would want to do all achievements on this a lot more than other games. And I think what it's done too is for developers that have yet to release stuff that's coming out this year in this genre, they're gonna have to really heavily consider what they're doing with their games, because to compete with this is just like that'd be a nightmare. I'd be kind of scared if I was Bethesda, because they know they're gonna sell the game, but like, are they gonna have like something they're extremely proud of at the end of it? I'm sure it's gonna be really cool, but to like try to weigh this against Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna be interesting. I don't know. I wonder if they're going to take notes from this and try to keep developing that game with some, you know, inspiration from this, or if they're just going to go for a different type of route with it. God of War might challenge this for Game of the Year. I think God of War Horizon 2, Elder Scrolls 6 if it comes out this year, GTA 6 if it comes out this year, are all contenders. Not to say this is going to guarantee get Game of the Year. To me, it's already Game of the Year. It doesn't matter what else comes out. It just is Game of the Year to me. But there's other factors, unfortunately, that weigh into that too. I think if it's just a straight, even battle between them, and it's just purely based on vote, no rigging of anything, no favoritism, 100%, it's got a good shot. Yeah, Breath of the Wild 2 will definitely be something to compare as well. Isn't Elder Scrolls a few years away? It might be. I'm not sure, man. I don't know the release dates for any of those games. I know Horizon 2 is already out, though. But I'm not sure if GTA and all those other ones are going to be in the future. Only issue you have is the Art of War removing stones to change the affinity of weapons. Oh, you would rather have, like, stones for infusions? Rate this 9.8 only because the horse combat's pretty basic. You can't shoot your giant crossbow from the horseback. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, my rating will probably have to be like categorized on different aspects of it. So like first playthrough is 10 out of 10, but like once I get into challenges and stuff, it'll be I'll have to re-rate it again based on what we're doing. Because it wouldn't be fair to say 10 out of 10 for every aspect of how you play it. Like PvP is not going to be 10 out of 10, 100%. It's not really made with that in mind as the primary focus. And I don't think they ever have made anything like that. They just got kind of lucky with DS2 being really cool. But it would be an achievement if this could be as fun as DS2 PvP was for me. Once I actually like learned it a bit better. PvP is super broken. I've heard some stories, yeah. Wish there was armors and cosmetics for the horse to make it less damage. Just a small nitpick. That would be cool. That would be cool for sure. The horse being more customizable, I could see that being interesting. Moon of Noxtella. Okay, wait, we're gonna sort. Where's the talismans?
Withdrawn from its vessel.
Where are they? Right here, okay. What was it, L3? Acquisition. Not a talisman. Not one of these. Are they, oh wait, do I have to do that for every single time? Yeah, I do have to do it for every category, damn it. Okay, that's already acquisition. It's a key item. That's so weird. Acquisition still doesn't show it then. What? It was a talisman. Okay. Oh, it does it reverse. It does it backwards. I thought it was acquisition was from left to right, like you're reading a book. Like the top of it would be the most recent. So that's really weird. Interesting. Increases memory slots. Nice. Tells you what tab it goes into. Like on the actual pickup menu from the ground, you're saying? Did I hit descending? Is there even like a modification of that? Wait. Descending. Oh, DESC is descending in the other menu. Okay, damn. Interesting. It's like, we thought you liked menus, so we put some menus in your menus, and then shorten the words so the menus would even be more menu-like. Well, you can arrange your items inside the menu. It's in DS3 too. I've never actually used that in DS3. I'm learning stuff, man. You found a pretty difficult mini boss. You're certain I haven't gotten to yet, Rave? If I do find it at some point, you can tell me about it. And then if I ask you guys to just tell me what I've missed at the end of the playthrough, we'll definitely check it out for sure. Someone was saying there's a secret that is like a shout out to DS1 that's hidden somewhere, like an Easter egg. I'm very curious about. Yeah, it's excellent, but they should pivot into a new engine after the success of this game. I 100% agree. New IP again, no continuation of this, just a completely different series, maybe a different genre even. Could try multiplayer, do something completely different. I don't even know. Doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, new engine at the very least, if they're gonna do the same genre, would be super smart. Because I think they've built this one to be at its peak now. Like, there's not too much more to add to it. Like, they definitely have evolved it quite a bit. Even for Sekiro 2, they got to a really high point compared to where they started with it. 3D Metroidvania Souls-like. I feel like this could already fit that, like, essentially. Like, if you play Bloodborne on the site, by default, one of the tags actually is Metroidvania, or at least it used to be. So, unless you mean like in terms of progression with unique items to get to different areas, kind of thing, which in a way almost would simplify the game more. What if we have to go down over here? Does it have bone wheels? I haven't seen bone wheels, but I've seen things that are scarier. Anyone played Returnal? Returnal was one of my favorite games. It was really cool. Can imagine the speedruns of how people catapulting across lands between boulders or tree trunks. It's weird, the salamanders. Oh. Wait. Oh, there's an enemy on the... Damn. I was like half paying attention to that enemy. Oh, man. Add a Breath of the Wild's physics engine to FromSoft's current engine. You have a winner. Is the physics in Breath of the Wild really good? I've only played an hour and a half of it. Oh no. Oh, this is, yep, see ya. Breath of the Wild physics is good, but there are some crazy glitches. I did watch one of the speedruns where you basically get catapulted over multiple parts of the map by, you make the bombs, you put the bombs on one of like the automated like robot things or whatever, and then just, I don't even know how to explain it, but it looked really weird. How many secret walls have I found? Technically 2 areas that were from a secret wall, but one of them had another hidden wall within the secret wall as well. As far as I can remember, there might have been more, but I think it was just 2 areas that were from a secret wall. One was super obvious though. The other one was it told me to. It just said like shed light on the situation on the wall, and then it disappeared. So I used the torch, but the other one was extremely obvious without even needing a message or anything. Encountered 2 glitches today. You just had 2 dragons flew away, and they never respawned back. Really, there's one that flew away on me that never came back, but I was told that that's normal. I think it might be like a time-sensitive event where you have to kill him before he flies away. She's like, let me go. I want to leave. That's funny. So it doesn't go off cliffs, unfortunately. It goes up walls, but not off cliffs. The stats, I'll show you 1 second. Oh, tab out. It's not good. That is is that the 10th or 11th time? Anybody else have that issue on PC? I probably should ask you guys. If you play on PC, have you ever had the game tab you out when you're in full screen mode randomly? All the time? Okay, yeah, that's normal then. I hope they fix that. That's actually really bad for challenge runs, unless you have to do borderless window to get by. But that eats your frames though. It's not really as good. Haven't had that happen. That's interesting. Game has crashed sometimes. I think I've had 3 crashes and then like 10 tab outs so far. Loading screens get stuck and make you Alt F4. I had one of those earlier today. 1 freeze in 70 hours, no other issue. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm not complaining about the tab outs right now, but they will be a problem later on, I think. They definitely will. When RAM is capped, the game can crash. 100% I can imagine it being the case for me, just because I only have 16 gigs. Running everything I'm running right now, to do this, to be able to encode it, stream it, whatever, it does probably get close to maximum, especially with Chrome. So that was probably why mine did. I wonder if we actually come out on this side from the lift and like drop down here, or there's a way to get up there, because we can't use torrent right now. We should do an Iron Golem run of the game, no torrent. Iron Golem run. You mean like where you walk, or just like an on-foot run, like Maidenless? I think Maidenless entails no leveling too. They're fighting the ants, wow. PvPing each other. I think it'd be interesting to try Maidenless and like slow walking. I don't know. I'm not sure if that would even work, but we could screw around with it one day. Yeah, I'm wondering where that actually, like, I wonder if, okay, this goes probably underground. I want to get the mini Erdtree there. That might have been just somewhere to fall down from earlier. Have you had a torrent glitch? I had him disappear and then I died, yeah. In tonight's PvE matchup, yeah. In the right corner, Fire Ant weighing in at 295 pounds against another Fire Ant with a rider as well. Oh man. Who's going to win? It's like obviously the person on top of the ant. Is Maidenless in this game's version of SL1? I think Maidenless would be like no hunter's dream kind of, or similar, because you can't, not only can you not level, but then well, no, it's not technical. It's like an in-between, because you can't use the horse, so it's like no traveling quickly on foot. Less environmental, you know, ability to like get up cliffs and stuff like that. No spirit springs, and then no leveling as well. But you could technically still have the horse and do SL1 though. You don't have to. I don't think you have to level when you get Melina. I'm pretty sure you can just like go to the screen and then not put levels in. Those giant ants can lift 1,000 times regular. It's probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I got this boss to a pube of HP and thought it died. That's funny. Oh no. Am I gonna do Ronnie's questline? Sorry, am I doing it? I believe this is still part of it, yeah. Ooh. Anyone seen Evil Dead before? The ending scene with the blood. It's gonna start raining blood here. Visions of Red, yeah. Might need to communicate with the doll. There is no option for that. Evil Dead 1. Well, the one that was I think it was like an older movie that they actually re-released. They did like a newer version of it. At least in the newer one. I haven't seen the original, but the newer one, it had like just like a raining blood scene at the end. Can't wait for a hitless run. Dude, I'm excited to see exactly what people are even doing for that, because I haven't even watched content like that. So for me, I have to react to, like, if someone's done a hitless run before I get to do challenges, I'll have to react to that, and I'm gonna have to react to like a world record speedrun on this, like, so you can see like my actual impression. Like, just haven't seen anything, don't even know what the route would be. I have an idea of what the time frame is, because people were telling me that distortion got down to like almost half an hour or something like that, or about that. So that is already crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna actually have to do a discussion about that and watch it live. Never saw the original Evil Dead 2. No, I haven't seen any of the original ones. I only knew about it because of the one that they remade. Scarlet Rot. Hardest game for a hitless run. A lot of attacks are undodgeable, so you gotta use different strats. I've heard conflicting information. I've heard like V-Swed, he's like a really, I don't know if he's here right now, but he's one of the best players on DS3 that exists. And he told me it's actually the easiest game for hitless. So his opinion definitely, like me and him are very similar in terms of our experience on that game at least. I think he's even better than me at that game, so I would trust what he's saying. I haven't heard any opinions from anyone else, but if he says it's easier, then like he's pretty honest about that kind of stuff. Like there's no reason to say that. If it was really hard, he'd probably admit it. So some already claimed to get a hitless run. Haven't seen it. Yeah, it might have already happened. I guess we'll see which one pops up first. But I just hope that I can get done this and then not have multiple to watch, because I want to see like the very first one right after we're done this. So I've also never got to have that experience before either. It was kind of like late into the original games when Hob got his, and I also kind of was giving him some advice about the DLC right after and like closely watching everything he was doing before. So it was kind of like a build up, because no one knew if the idea was going to be feasible for him, and then he made it feasible. So it was a bit of a different timeline, but I think to be just someone that's already done a lot of stuff and then just see someone get it with a lot of community work and people trying, and me just having like, you know, my first playthrough to get through, it's an interesting experience. We're going way out there. Wait. Oh, new map has been found, Lake of Ra. Interesting. Well, good thing I have the flame cleanse me. Favorite boss so far? Rykard is my favorite so far. You know I'm going for that item. Wonder if dashing through this would be better. I kind of want to see. Oh, but that consumes the FP though. We don't want to waste the FP for the heals. Going to get the Dark Moon Greatsword. I have no idea what that is. Blacks. This is my first playthrough still, man. The only weapons I know are the ones I found, and then I just assumed they'd probably have the MLGS in the game still, because they put it in like every game. And then someone keeps mentioning once a day at least, probably twice a day at this point, have you found the sword of night and moon and day and blood or something like that? And I don't know what that is either, but apparently it's good. But I've heard the name of that one. Oh yeah, and then my friend actually messaged me, asked me like how I found a beast cleaver, but I have no idea what that means either. I might have already found it, because I've killed things with cleavers that are beasts and gotten cleavers, but I don't know if it's the right one. This game's MLGS. Okay, I see. What is this thing? Dragonkin Soldier. Oh, it's another one of these guys. Okay, we got this. It's gonna be kind of hard fighting him on this area here, though. Oh yeah. We're gonna have to actually try to get to a place that's safe. Imminent death, man. There we go. I might have to go over by that building and see if we can fight him on like an island or something. How to fight him here? Use horse. Can't use the horse. Sword of Night and Flame. Okay, that's what it's called. My bad. Wonder if backstepping through here would actually work. Yeah, it doesn't actually skip a beat, man. It just goes up. What is the sword scale with it? I have it scales with faith. You're in the bubblegum lake? It does look like bubble. Dude, it looks like cream soda, dude, with some finely aged imperfections. They made a mistake at the factory, and they They used the one from 1979. Might have fermented a bit. Bit better of the robustness to fight off rot. Is it so robustness is actually rot related? Okay. I wasn't sure what that meant actually. So there's an island right here. If we can actually just lead him to this place, I could probably fight him on flat ground. Unless they just kind of troll you and it looks like that's an island, but it's not. But yeah, I definitely need this. And I need heals. And I need to use this every once in a while. I wonder if we're going to be able to even aggro him, though, if we go straight this way. We might not be able to get him. And then the run back on that could be kind of wild, too. Maybe I should try to find a checkpoint from this side first, then go back. Okay, I see what's going on here. Wait, I'm very curious if we can hit him from here. Not even close. Robustness is for bleed and frost. Immunity is for rot. Okay. I see, I see. Well, I'm not so confident we'll be able to kill him first try here, because we're going to have to like be trying to manage the health at the same time of getting over, but like there's a very low chance, if any, in the water, but I want to get him to like this area. And then over there, there's just nothing. It's open, so it's like a little, maybe a little tiny island in the corner there. This one is too small. That's way too small. Maybe over there though. We'll go look and see. Bloodhound step. Oh, the claws. Yeah, the thing that the bloodhound gives you. True. Forgot that. Apparently that's a better quick step. Well, how does one get across this part here? What? Why is it always ruins? Yeah. Saint Isaiah, thank you for gifting 5 subs, man. Also, welcome back as well, dude. Chan, Sinestra, Beaudry, Brock, and Madrove. Or sorry, Madove, my bad. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. Please thank Saint Isaiah if you can as well. Also, I hope you're still enjoying this too, man. Jump? I don't think I can make that jump. That looks like it's like we're gonna be dead before we even try to fight this dude again. If you continue to explore the lake, you'll find a better way to fight him. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, but even right here, I don't know. I guess like maybe if we could run over, do a circle, and he doesn't go back to his default spot, we can just go up the ladder and then shoot him with arrows, but that kind of seems funny though. It's over here. Maybe this is the place we fight him. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm going to check out this first, and we're going to see what's over here, and then we will go and try to do this. Believe you can make the jump? There's literally no way in hell I can make that jump. Like, even if you could, you might have to be a professional. I don't know. I don't think I'm that good. I'm not even going to try right now. Just eyeballing, it's a no. Unless you have the horse, maybe. But we can't use the horse in here. If you make that jump, I will gift you a tier 3 sub, though. Oh, wait. Almost died. Hopefully you're enjoying Lake Hubba Bubba. Dude, this is bringing me back to childhood, man. I used to consume Hubba Bubba and Pink Crush quite a bit, so I think that this is just like me atoning for all of the sucrose and the fructose. I don't even know if we can out-heal this now. I have to do like the running talisman. How fast can you spam the talisman to still survive the swamp? Can you tap it quick enough to offset the poison? No, you cannot. Almost. Never mind. That would have been really cool though. If I could run, actually, maybe I could do my pinky and then double tap the A button and have Blessing's Boon, and we can see on the actual health if we can keep it at the same level. That would be insane, dude. This will be like the most technical way of somehow running through here while still surviving. I don't know if it's possible though. I don't think it would work. I want to try. I can't sprint and do it at the same time. Oh, maybe I might be able to actually. Okay, this is gonna be funny. So, I think I need this menu. Can I sprint with that menu open? I can. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be weird. I don't know where we're going. I can't do it quick enough. It's helping, but it's not quick enough. It's not quick enough. Does it actually tick faster? You do actually heal quicker, yeah. Nice cheats, I know, right? Oh man. The best cheats. That would have been actually insane if that worked though. It does help you survive. This is gonna be like the weirdest way to survive this part. Because you can sprint in the menu too, but I have to hold buttons very weirdly. And I can't jump, so if I get stuck, then I have to keep doing this over it again. They're on the crown. Is there a crown that's good with Scarlet Rot? The mushroom crown, true. Raises attack power when something nearby suffers from poison or rot. Immunity 46. 33. It's a little bit better. This one has 57, this chest piece. It's pretty good. Okay, 63. So we're gonna have to go with Foot Soldier Tabard. That's an interesting combination of armor that gives you the resistance there. 25, 20, 14, 17, 20, 11, 12, 9, 19, 22. So we're gonna go with the Guardian Bracers too. It's a bit heavy though. 35. $47. Whoa. Guardian Greaves. Okay, this might be better. But we're still... Oh, we need to like make the character a little lighter. Medium if I do this. Sorcerer Manchets. Or the Albric. Or actually, wait, even these. It's so close, actually. That's crazy. There we go. Unequipped sword. I could. I just want to be ready to fight this dude if we have to go back into the rot while fighting him by accident. I just like roll into it for whatever reason. What did that even do? Did that surface the island here? If only I had a giant. Yeah, maybe it does. Okay, I think we have a way now. Don't you have the dagger that has the quick step? I do, but I want to save the FP for Flame Cleanse Me as I'm trying to reduce the rot on this one. And then for the blessing as well. Damn, GG. Don't get knocked into the water on that. Maybe the Dragonkin has Scarlet Rot. That'd be cool if like you just like spawned in getting a health reduction. Any lore as to why the giant looking creatures have missing stomachs? Do you mean from the other games or from these ones? Like these Dragonkin guys? More mana, maybe? I think we're good. We can kill him. There's no need to do anything different. Just gotta play better. That was pretty easy. I just gotta not take the staggers into the actual water. That is not a good call. What is this thing? Why is he over here? What about your talisman? I kind of like the talismans I'm wearing right now. I don't think I need help on this one, to be honest. That was like absolutely like preschool easy. I just played really bad. Literally make 2 less mistakes every like minute and I'm good. I've also already killed this guy before, so I think there's no excuse really on this one. See? Don't make mistakes. Talismans don't save you there. From this game, they all look gutted. Let me see. Yeah, he does actually have a missing stomach. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is the second one I've only seen, so. See, I found hell. King is dead. Well, if it's much more pink than I thought it would be, to be honest. I'm very surprised. Fab, how are you doing, dude? Can I top on Tort in this area? No, you can't, unfortunately. That'd be pretty pretty mean. That'd be like animal cruelty, wouldn't it? It's like, you took your horse in that pink water. You are arrested. Sorry, sucks without a way to cleanse the rot. That's why I'm super lucky I got the flame thing. It's really cool. So what I should be doing is I need this flask right at the beginning just to have the casting for this. To have that going first. Definitely use this too. It's unlimited, and then have that ready. Drink this again. There we go. Don't really need to go for headshots on this either. It wouldn't make any sense if it's gonna be bait. Unless this one happens. There we go. No. That was very sloppy, but we did it. Water looking like Code Red Mountain Dew, I know, right? Weapon we got from the other dragonkin says it wanted to become a dragon but failed. Okay. So it had to like sacrifice its organs or something, or maybe that's part of like the process. This area wanted to talk to you. Good Easter. Now I know what area you guys were talking about, because there's some people that warned me about this one. Kind of clean for second try. Well, I've already killed him before though in another area, so I think I did him almost perfectly the first time. It's just not a lot of space to work with, but I could have done better though. I was getting a little bit lazy there. Doesn't need to be anything but a win for this first playthrough though. I actually do like that boss, though. That is one of my favorite ones so far, out of the optional stuff. Okay, we were heading this away. No. That way, yeah. I don't even know if we have anything for resistance for that. Topographical water for the win. You really want the delivery of lore in the Souls games and appreciate... Sorry, you love the delivery of lore and you appreciate how people can interpret things differently. There's a lot of speculation discussion that can happen after you've beaten the game, which I think for some people is part of the fun of playing it in the first place. They don't necessarily like need to obsess about the gameplay as much. Okay, I think we're gonna die here, but damn. Captain, if you have to go to bed, good night, man. Thank you for hanging out. Can you tell me a mechanic in the game, Omega? Go for it, dude. Worst location, this one? Okay. Should probably try to progress through the islands to the right at least. You personally gave up on the run back. The run back sucks on this one. It is kind of shitty for a run back, I will agree. Didn't have Windows 10. Tashi, you need a new PC. You need Windows 10 for this game, is what you're saying? That's interesting. So you don't want to get Windows 10, or you were already planning to get a new PC? It's DirectX related. Okay, that kind of sucks. If that's true, that's unfortunate. It is time for you to get a new one. That's fair. Well, I hope that you can play it as soon as possible. I was told actually, if you have a PS4 or the older Xbox, like the X, I think, or no, sorry, the One, that it's actually not too bad. Just the loading screens are kind of crazy. So that was pretty good to hear. But I guess everyone's got like a different tolerance for what is like high quality to them and all that, right? Finn, what's up? How's it going? I should probably use the blessing right here as we're about to frickin' die. You followed a little while ago, but first time chatting, S'mores. I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying the stream, man. This is definitely probably the most exciting day we've had so far, just exploring this stuff. I've seen so many different areas so far where I'm just mind-boggled they could even make all this stuff, and it just continues to even... This doesn't even really feel like an optional part of the game. I don't really know what to say about this stuff. This area kind of sucks, though. It does, but it's pretty cool. And now I'm wondering where we go. I guess we can go down here. The boss here is sick. Bernie, I'm doing pretty good. How are you, man? I think what we might do, though, what time is it? Let's see. Oh, it's 10:30. We're definitely going to have to call it at this point. We've done 6.5 hours, so I'm going to end with this big mushroom head dude of a character on a high note of we killed that guy, at least, the Dragonkin. We made it through the bubblegum water. I didn't die too many times. And there's a lot of stuff we did. We actually uncovered a crazy amount of the underground of the main map. So if I zoom out, now we have this area, we have this area, we have the upstairs, or like the second story of this part. And we're getting closer to the end of the quest line for Ronnie, so it's been really fun. Attack onto plane. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Also, Big Eyebrows, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Before we go, there is actually, what I'll say first, if you're watching this on YouTube, comment what your favorite moment in the playthrough was so far. If you've watched all the other videos, or if you liked what we did on this stream today, definitely let me know what you thought was cool. And share any moment you've enjoyed in the game so far too in the comments. And I appreciate if you're watching it on YouTube. I will link the YouTube right now really quickly, and the Instagram and the Twitter if you want to keep up with other things we're doing. There is a playlist for Elden Ring on there. There's going to be different discussion videos, first playthrough videos, challenge runs eventually, maybe just random like glitches or memes that I find in the game. There is a podcast we did 1 episode of so far. I'm going to be recording another one tomorrow. There's going to be a 3rd one once I finish the game, just a